Chapter 51. When I got back to the cave, Ivy wasn't there. I flopped onto my sleeping bag and sighed. I was actually kind of glad that Ivy had mentioned going back. Despite the journey giving me ample experience spending so long out in the wilds, I did kind of want to go sleep in my own bed for a while. Tomorrow, I told myself. Ivy had already mentioned she was ready, unless she changed her mind after today. Tomorrow night, I would sleep at home. Since Ivy wasn't here, and our trip was ending, I decided to go all out. Come out, everyone, I called, releasing everyone except the gummy. Jibble blinked as she appeared next to Chansey. Jangmo looked around at all of my friends. Mimikyu quickly jumped onto my shoulder and rubbed against my cheek. And I just smiled as my team relaxed. Even Gyarados was released, although for him he had to be released outside the cave, so once again the entrance was covered by his face as he rested just outside. Everyone, meet our new friends, I called out, and everyone looked at the new smaller Pokemon. I spent a few minutes introducing everyone, making sure to bring everyone over to Gyarados for a hello as well. Gyarados seemed unbothered by my new friends, which was good. And I made sure to spend a few minutes just hanging out with my blue heart. Unfortunately, this cave had been too small, and he wasn't a good Pokemon to use while trying to capture new friends. So he had been rather left out for this adventure. Once everyone was settled around the cave, I started cooking. I hummed, as I got to spend some time getting to know my new friends. Jangmo, for instance, liked bitter stuff. He didn't have much interest in spicy food, but also would eat it despite his dislike as I offered him spicy berries and he chomped down and acted brave at the heat. It was when I offered him a chesto berry to see how he reacted to everything, that he gagged and looked horrified. So he didn't like dry berries. I promise you won't have to eat another one. I calmed him with a sliced roast and the bitter flavor calmed him down. I laughed when Jibble got distracted staring at the fire zoning out until she was startled by Milotic as he wiggled around. Her instinctual reaction to clamp down wasn't something I should laugh at, but it was really funny. Milotic's squeal of surprise was very girlish, and Dragonite quickly popped the bitey ball off his tail and handed her to me with a look, before pulling Milotic close and fussing over the teeth marks in his tail. He was fine of course, but he was playing into it, whining and laying over Dragonite as if he was a war hero. I just kept laughing as I held the very confused dragon. I'm pretty sure Jibble didn't even know she had bit him. Hanging out in my arms, only to open her mouth and drool whenever I carried her near the food that I was preparing. It was nice. All of my Pokemon hanging around getting to know each other. Riolu was sitting near Arcanine, who was chattering with her. The two's puppy yips were super adorable. If only I had a gummy to add to the atmosphere. I shook that off and focused on finishing dinner, a big final meal in Kitakami before we left in the morning. Gyarados shifted, the sound of his bulk scratching dirt and rock had me looking at the cave entrance, and I smiled as Ivy walked in followed by Lucario. Both of them looked around in surprise at all the Pokemon. Come on in. I'm working on dinner, I called out, and Ivy smiled brightly as she hurried in. Great, I'm starving. Lucario was very nice to take me to where I could find the Petalil, but her understanding of how easy it is for a human to hike up a mountain. She complained and flopped onto her wooden stump with a sigh. Lucario just huffed a laugh as she settled in next to Riolu, who quickly threw a hug around her mother's waist. I warmed at the sight, smiling happily as everyone was relaxing and happy. So you found one? I did. Petalil are so cute, Vicky. I found a nice little girl that wants to see the world, she said while holding a pokeball in her hands. Well, why not release everyone? Well, maybe slowly, so we don't have any surprises, I said, waving Jibble around a bit, hinting that she was the one I was worried about without actually saying it. Ivy nodded. And a moment later, after a few whispered words to her pokeball, a Petalil appeared in Ivy's lap. Pet? Pet? She asked, looking around before nearly yelping at the sight of all the Pokemon around her. It's okay, Petalil. This is my friend Vicky, and these are all her friends. We are all friends here, she assured her little grass type, and I just smiled and waved at her before sticking a spoon in the curry and giving it a taste. Just about done, Gib? I looked down and smiled and tilted a second spoonful into my hungry shark's mouth. Jibble chomped at it, Once it hit her tongue and then tried chewing a bit as she swallowed. Her chewing was more to force it into her throat than to actually chew her food. I would have to be careful not to feed her anything she couldn't swallow whole. Did you like that? I asked, but that was a silly question, because Gibble didn't care what it tasted like as long as she could eat it. I giggled, plopping the spoon into the pot and rubbing Gibble's belly, earning a breathy sigh from my little dragon. I looked around and everyone was having a good time, relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Yeah. This felt right. Dinner time. I called out and laughed at the chaos. The next morning, I woke up super early to my alarm, stretching and groaning as if I was 20 years older as I shut off the poketch and rose up. It was still dark in the cave as I fumbled around a bit. Vicky? Ivy asked blearily from inside her tent, but I just waved her off. It's okay, Ivy, go back to sleep. I whispered as I finished zipping up my wetsuit. What are you doing? I thought we were leaving today? We are. I just have one last thing I need to do, but it's a private thing. Go back to sleep. I'll be back in a few hours, and then we'll head out. I spoke softly as I kneeled over near her tent. Just get some extra sleep. She blinked at me before sighing and shrugging. "'Kay." Then she closed her tent back up and I could hear her flopping back into her pillow. I rose up and headed out. The sun was just starting to rise, and the barest sliver of light could be seen over the mountain tops to the east, and the morning air was bitterly cold. Garridos! I called out, and my big blue heart appeared and stretched before looking down at me. Let's go for a flight, I told him, and I could see his eyes widen in happiness as he wiggled at me. A moment later, I was climbing up onto his horns, and then he started his dance. He still needed a dragon dance boost to get into the air. But I hoped with a bit more than a month before the league, the training would let him fly without any more boosts. It would be all the more dramatic. Finally he finished dancing and a whoop of delight escaped me. Garridos pointed his face to the sky and claimed his destiny. We soared upwards, past the trees, and roost Pokemon, until finally we were into the sky and Garridos made me giggle at his flight. It was more like swimming in the air than actual flying. He curved his body and flowed up and down to generate the lift. And quickly we rose. We have some time. Why don't you take us around the mountain? I called out and Garridos roared out in pleasure, and did just that, drawing us closer to the mountain and then flying up in a long spiral. I don't know if I would ever come back to Kitakami. I think I would someday, if just for Gibble, but it might be a long time. So I wanted to take one last look at it. This place was beautiful, for all its natural wonder. So little human impact on this place. It was a land of monsters. I looked towards the mountains and saw Pokemon hurrying away from the flying Garrido swimming through their territory. Nothing poked its head out once it caught sight of my blue heart. We swam slowly upwards along the north side of the mountain, hitting the west, and basically turning the world back into nighttime as the great mountain blocked the light on the west side. We flew past the Garchomp and her nest, although I didn't see any of them active. Probably still snoozing away. By the time we hit the southern section of the mountain again, the sun was rising, and we curved around into the bright light of the sun, claiming its ownership of everything its light touched. How pretty! I whispered, and even reached into my bag as I remembered and grabbed my camera. A quick picture, making sure to get Garridos's horn in the frame just because I thought it was funnier that way, and then I put that away. We flew over the apple orchards of Mosway town. Far below us now, and I had no idea if anyone saw us. But I didn't care. This was freedom. This was adventure. This was happiness. I reached down and scratched behind my good boy's crest, earning a rumbling purr as we continued up. For a moment I was at the right angle to see the mountain in all its dread glory. The rock arched to look like a skull, and it made me wonder about the mountain's most infamous resident. Odrapon. Should I have gone looking for her? I hesitated, mostly because I wasn't sure if I should. If the Loyal Three woke up, would Mosway be okay without her? Would she even want to leave without her masks? I didn't know. I looked as I flew around the mountain, but I didn't see any splashes of green that could be her. Then we were up and over and Garridos flowed almost straight upwards as he reached the top of the mountain, and for a moment it was like he was flying over the Dragon Gate again. soaring in the sky. Then he leveled out and simply flew in a circle above it, all the very summit of the mountain below him. As he circled it, for a short time the world belonged to him. That was amazing, I told him, scratching him once again, and he wiggled in delight as he flew. Okay. Let's set down there, I called out, and we flowed down towards the top of the mountain. Towards the large pool there, and the crystals growing from it. None of that interested me though. We landed with a crunch of rock as Gyarados settled, and I hopped off, stretching from the flight. Okay. First we need our ambassador, I called out as I threw Milotic's Pokeball. He released with a trill and stretched himself as if he was waking up before he floated over to me and gave me a cheek rub and even greeted Gyarados happily, who wiggled at him. Everyone was good friends. Okay. Milotic. We are looking for any other Milotic or Feebas. I have some of your prism scales, so let's make some new friends for the stable. Me. He agreed, and I did have to return Gyarados as there wasn't enough room in the water for him. But he looked very zen with our flight up the mountain, his mouth closed and eyes narrowed in pleasure as he disappeared into red light. I jumped into the water, and Milotic dived in around me, spinning the water and making everything bubbles for a minute, making me giggle around my rebreather. Then we were off. Grabbing onto a fin, we went exploring. The actual caldera lake itself didn't have any Feebas or Milotic, but there were tunnels down deeper into the mountain that we swam down. The first one was a bit weird because it eventually flowed back upwards, and there was an air pocket that we had to walk through the tunnel before it dropped back down into a cave with another lake as the runoff. We leapt together, giggling the whole while as we splashed into the water. Milotic instantly reacted as we settled and spun around me. He lashed out, and I looked over to laugh as I saw what had happened. Some Arrokuda had launched at us, only to get iron-tailed. That earned us some space, and the Pokemon flowed away. But Milotic and I were on a mission. So we went hunting. The first lake didn't have any Feebas, so we moved on, going through a river that connected to a small waterfall, and then we landed in that cave. There instantly, I spotted our target. A Feebas. Then as we approached, I noticed another. I smiled widely as we swam over. New friends. Arcanine landed us outside the cave with a roar of greeting. I just gave out a groan. All that flying, swimming, and then riding made me stiff, and I was gonna be stuck on Dragonite soon as well. But it was fine. I slipped off and stretched. Then I pet Arcanine, because she was very warm, and it was a cool morning with all the swimming I had done. Vicky? Yeah. I'm back. I called out and kissed Arcanine on her snoot, earning me a lick across my own nose in turn, which had me sputtering before Arcanine huffed out a doggy giggle. Yeah, laugh it up, I grumbled at her as I headed inside. The camp was all picked up. Only the fire pit now cleaned of ashes, and our stumps to sit on, showing anyone had been here. It's almost sad to see the cave without our stuff in it, I commented, and Ivy just sent me a flat look. Vicky, it's a cave. Let's go. I laughed at that, because what else could I say as I nodded. I quickly grabbed my bag and started throwing on some warm clothes on top of my wetsuit. I mean, Arcanine had already given me a full dry-off, but wetsuit and warm clothes should keep me toasty on our flight. You got your jacket and stuff? Of course. I'm not stupid, Ivy countered petulantly, but I just nodded. As she quickly went into her bag to grab her jacket. In that case, I guess it's time to say goodbye to Kitakami, I said, and Ivy went quiet before nodding as she grabbed her bag. Yeah, she offered and hurried towards the entrance, obviously ready to leave. Yesterday I had been too, but despite the fact I had been a bit homesick, I kinda liked our little cave. It was a nice little place to explore the area from. Until next time. I bid farewell to the little cave and turned away. Dragonite popped out a moment later and she pumped her arms. Drago. She cheered, and I laughed at how eager she was to go for a new flight. Alright, Dragonite. Let's go home. Yeah. Ivy cheered, and we both giggled as we climbed onto Dragonite's back. But I was ready for the cold this time. Once again, nothing came close to touching us as we blasted straight home. In fact, I think Dragonite was moving even faster this time. Since she knew where to go, there was no need to limit her speed to match my directions. She seemed to know exactly where home was, and made no attempt to hide how eager she was to get there. A few hours later, I pointed out to Ivy, and she smiled as we flew over what was undoubtedly empty moon. With that, I could follow along with my eyes the road from Pewter that leads through Viridian Forest, and then home. Viridian City. Dragonite cheered as she saw the berry orchards, and then we were there, waves of wind coming off her, ruffling the grass outside the house, and then with a plump noise we landed. Home. I cheered in delight, and instantly the noise responded back. Growlithe barks came from inside the house and the orchard. Milotic trilling greeted us from the stream, and then I heard the noise of the front door opening and Mama came blitzing out of the house. Vicky! Mama! I cheered back, jumping off Dragonite and then getting swept up in Mama's warm hug. Thank goodness! Mama whispered back, and I giggled at her hug. Really, not being able to get an update from you girls had us so worried. Ivy, it's good to see you. Ah. Thanks, Mrs. Ferrous. It's just Auntie Haruka, Ivy. Come in. I'll call your parents. They've been eager to hear any update about you girls. Also, we have to call the league. Mama grumbled out, but I didn't care because home. I turned to Dragonite, who nodded. She looked a little tired after the flight, so I returned her. Normally I would let everyone out. But I might need my friends to kick some league agent in the face to get my friends. I laughed in delight as I felt a cold nose poke right into my hand, and turned to pick up one of the Growlithe that were all eager to greet me. I was swarmed by puppies that were all barking alerts. I'm not a stranger, you goobs. I yelled out, laughing as I was tackled and pinned down by a herd of puppies. Alright you lot, let Vicky up. Mama called out only after a few moments of me getting puppy nibbles in my hair and on my ears. Vicky? What happened to your hair? Mama asked suddenly as I was sitting up, and I reached for my ponytail only to feel it end much shorter than it should. Ugh. I groaned as I was reminded of my loss. It's horrible. The worst thing that ever happened to me. I whined, and then Ivy the traitor spoke up. Her gibble clamped onto her hair and basically swallowed it. I did what I could to neaten it up a little. What? Oh Vicky. What's a gibble? Mama went from sympathetic to confused in an instant. Cute. Also a bit derpy. Sharp teeth though. I answered, conveying the important information. Small dragon type. Very aggressive, but mostly instinct-driven from what I've seen. Vicky gets along with her okay. Ivy added, giving way too much info. So you did it? You caught another dragon? Mama asked, sounding a bit worried, and all I could do was grin widely. I don't like that smile. Vicky has 2 new dragon types. Although her second one was much nicer. 3. Gumi are dragons. I answered back, and Ivy looked at me like she didn't really believe me. Then I heard it. Pre-E. Dratini. I called out happily as my little noodle slithered across the grass, slipping up and over Growlithe that were still making trouble around my feet and then leaping right for me. I quickly wrapped him in a hug and spun him around. I missed you so much. I told him as he nuzzled into my cheek. He was a little wet, so he must have been swimming. Well, come on then. Let's get you girls inside and warmed up, you both look half frozen. Mama offered, putting warm hands onto my cheek to check and doing the same to Ivy, who flushed at the attention. I followed inside, and Mama settled us both at the kitchen table. As she made her call, she threw the kettle on the oven to get us both some warm tea. Bleg. But Ivy liked tea, so I didn't complain, plus other than warming my hands on it. Dratini was sneaking sips as he cuddled up over my shoulders. Instead, almost anxiously, Mama made her calls, the second one done with a much more formal language, then a call to Gram. Then once everything was done, Mama settled across from us as she poured us some tea. I grabbed the cups to warm my hands, which was nice. So, tell me everything, Mama demanded, and I smiled as Ivy and I both started at the same time. The flight was great. I started, only to be cut off by Ivy. But the Fiero we saw couldn't catch us, so it was actually really safe. I was worried, but Dragonite is so fast. Fiero? Oh yeah, we saw a few of them as we flew over some random place. They tried to chase us, but that was never an option. We left them in our dust without even paying them any attention. Then we got to Kitakami. The mountain was so big. Ivy added. Yeah, it was huge. So many Pokemon there too. Ivy caught like a bunch of monograss types. 'Cause she is obsessed with grass typ. Ow. I'm not obsessed. I'm not even a mono trainer. She hissed at me, and I just raised an eyebrow at her. I have 3 non-grass types. Out of how many? Girls. Mama cut in, which was good, because Ivy was about to jump me. She might look nice and cute, but she was vicious. How about you just keep telling me about your trip? Right. So we visited Mosway Town first. The people there didn't really get what we were doing, but they didn't care if we captured Pokemon. So we took advantage of that. I started into the story as Mama sat enthralled as we each shared bits of the story that maybe we each tried to hide. So what if I got into a fist fight with a Pokemon? Don't tell her that, Ivy. A note from Seras. And the Kitakami arc comes to a close. Phew. I intended for it to be a long arc at the start, but I think it was starting to wear out its welcome near the end there. No Ogerpon, or Pecarunt. No issues with the loyal 3. Vicky does know where Pecarunt's sleeping form is, but she has no interest in capturing him, or trying to waken him up, or anything along those lines. It's a little sad she never saw Ogerpon, but legendary Pokemon aren't so easy to find. Especially if you aren't looking very hard. Next comes the cooldown of everything Vicky and Ivy has done. Chapter 52. Ivy. The call went up from outside as a car parked in front of the house, and nearly instantly Ivy was rushing out of the kitchen. I smiled at Mama as we both got up, and then the front yard was a scene that was very sweet. Ivy and her mama and papa. Funnily enough, Ivy's mama didn't have green hair. Instead, her deep blue, almost black color sort of matched Ivy's darker green hair compared to her papa. It was cute how you could see both parents in Ivy. A few moments later, still clutching to Ivy, her mother looks up and smiles at Mama and I. It's good to see you too, Vicky. Auntie Ami, nice to see you. Uncle Mori. I greeted with a waved hand. Little Vicky, and Haruka, thank you for watching after Ivy. Uncle Mori offered and I smiled back. Come on in. Let's get you all out of the cold. Mama added, and soon everyone was packed into our living room. Growlithe puppies warming feet, or licking toes, depending on how naughty they were feeling. I caught so many grass types. Ivy was speaking with an exuberance she hadn't shown to Mama before. They are all so amazing, Daddy. You should see Petalil. She is so beautiful. And Fomantis. I caught an entire bushel of them. She squealed happily. And Uncle Mori looked surprised and very pleased. I wasn't sure I really wanted you to head out of the region, little flower, but it sounds like you made the most of it. Uh-huh. And Sawaddle. I added to her list. Noticing the missing member. Ivy clammed up, sending me a look. C-Dot as well. She confirmed, but she was squirming trying to pretend Sawaddle hadn't been brought up. Sawaddle? It's a grass and bug type. They are very sweet, love to sow little leaf cloves for other Pokemon and themselves. Ivy's is a little dash. Fine. He is fine. Just needs some training. Yep. Just fine. Ivy cut in, interrupting and throwing me a look. He sows leaves into everything, and has no concept of not destroying something for more material. I added. Much to Ivy's direct and fierce annoyance. Hee hee. Shouldn't have mentioned my Riolu fist fight to Mama Ivy. Sounds like quite a Pokemon. Uncle Mori added, looking like he was desperately trying not to laugh. He adjusted his little round glasses to distract him, but it was obvious he was very amused. Ugh. He's difficult so far. He ruined my tent. But it'll be fine, I'll figure out how to keep him from sowing everything in sight. Eventually. She admitted bashfully, but her spine firmed as she spoke. Then there was the sound of a car engine outside, and I perked up. Papa? I asked, rushing for the door only to skid to a stop once I was outside and into a frown. That wasn't Papa's car. No, that was a pair of nice black estate cars, which meant only one thing. Sorry, Dratini. Go into your pokeball for a while, okay? We'll have a chance to meet up soon. Teeny. He whined, but I was firm and returned him. Then I focused on the cars. Tisk, I offered as I turned back inside to get Mama. The men in suits stepping out were League guys. Vicky? Oh, I see. Mama added, frowning. She had obviously been hoping it was Papa too. Should we just close the door and pretend we didn't see them? I asked, earning a scoffed laughter from Mama, but she shook her head. No dear, they are here because that's the rules. You agreed to let them inspect your new Pokemon, didn't you? Yeah. I grumbled but nodded as I turned around and faced the men walking up the path. I recognized one of them. It's Cigarette Guy. I mumbled, glaring. Who? Mama asked, but before I could answer, they walked up. Mrs. Ferrous, Miss Ferrous. Thank you for reaching out to us so promptly. We had word of you entering Kanto airspace. The frumpled man greeted us, and I just glared at him. I see that you remember me. Yeah. Your team bothered my Milotic. I guess they did. Just in case you don't remember. I'm Chief of Ecology with the Association, Richard Brushfire. He introduced himself, with a hand offered to Mama, which she took. My associate is the newly instated Chief of the Indigo Region Combined Ecology. I am Kasuke Fujimura. Thank you for going along with our new foreign Pokemon introductions. He greeted. The man was short, with little round glasses like Uncle Mori, but at least he looked more put together than Cigarette Guy. Speaking of, just so you know, I have an entire herd of Growlithe now, and they would love to light that cigarette for you, but they aren't well trained. I explained plainly to the man that had a cigarette halfway to his mouth, making sure to use my hands to make an explosion to tell him what I meant. I see. He offered, but then Mama cut in. I called to inform the League that we would head over once everything settled in. I didn't expect you. I know. I apologize for our early arrival, Mrs. Ferrous, but please understand. This is a rather unique circumstance in general. Your daughter has eyes on her from multiple agencies, and when we granted her leave to travel out of the region, there was a lot of politics involved. Kasuke replied with an apologetic air. And that explains your presence? Mama asked, her own voice, not apologetic at all. The League has decided to ensure there was no chance of foul play. We are here to escort you and the Vinewood family to the inspection site. At your convenience, of course. Cigarette Guy added. Mama frowned, and I could feel how close she was to telling them where they could take their escort. But instead she nodded, patting me on the shoulder. Then be welcome in my home. We are waiting on my husband still. Of course. I headed in first, and I could see Ivy's family wondering what was going on. League guys showed up. They are here to escort us to the inspection site. I explained, and I could see Uncle Mori frown deeply before his face went calm. Thank you, Vicky. Don't worry. We'll take care of everything. He offered, and I threw him a smile. Uncle Mori was a cool guy. Unassuming, but if you see him around his starter Venusaur, you understood the guy knew how to battle. The two men followed Mama in, and I quickly gathered some extra chairs so everyone could sit. Then the whole thing got awkward. The League men introduced themselves to Ivy's family, but no one really wanted to talk with the strangers just sitting there. The men, to my surprise, took it with good grace, thanking Mama for the tea she handed out, and seeming to do their best not to be a bother. Miss Ferrous, Miss Vinewood. The League is very happy you both returned unharmed. You definitely had us worried, being out of contact for so long, but you did mention it could be a while. The Kanto Association wants to make sure to mention how proud we are of your growth during your journey this year. Mr. Fujimura offered, and I nodded slowly, not really in the mood to be congratulated by some random guy, but Ivy looked pleased, so all right, fine. Thanks. I answered, and he smiled and nodded back. If you don't mind me asking, we are all very curious. How did this journey to distant Kitakami go? Did you find any of the rare Pokemon you believed could be found? Mr. Fujimura asked eagerly, his tone of voice casual, like he was just someone interested in such a rare trip, and not already interrogating us. We found a few. I answered and then shrugged. I think I count as a dragon master now? How many dragon types does a trainer have to have before they count as a monotype master? I asked, and the two men blinked in shock at my random question, before Ivy just sighed and rolled her eyes. It doesn't work like that, Vicky, and now who's the monotype trainer? Still you. I teased, and Ivy glared at me as I laughed at her. The sound of another car had me jumping out of my seat. Papa! I yelled happily as I raced out, and this time I was right. Papa was stepping out of his car glaring at the two cars parked nearby while Gram was also in the passenger seat. Trouble! Papa called out, and I slammed into him full tilt, laughing in delight. Heh! Gram laughed at my full tilt tackle attack. Papa picked me right up and swung me around, then bear hugged the life right out of me. Papa was a beware. Finally he let me go and I could breathe, and Papa looked down at me and we both smiled. Welcome home, Vicky. I'm home. I called out and laughed as Gram walked over and grabbed a hug of her own. Glad you are back, granddaughter of mine. You had all of us worried. Silly girl. Gram offered her hug tight. It was fun. But I'm glad to be home. I met lots of new friends. Oh, and the league is already here. I said the last part in a whisper and Gram nodded. I expected. Were they pushy at all? No, actually, they weren't. Good. Perhaps they learned then. She added as she side-hugged me, as we walked. Papa entered and Mama gave him a relieved smile and they took a moment to greet each other before Papa turned to the league officials, then he turned away from them. Mori. Victor, you old dog. Uncle Mori greeted back and both men sent each other smirks. There might just be a battle between the two older men sometime soon. Mr. Ferrous. I'm Richard Brushfire, Chief of Ecology, and my associate is Kasuke Fujimura, Chief of Indigo Combined Ecology. A pleasure. Kasuke greeted as both men had risen to their feet. Nice to meet you. Papa said, surprising me because he didn't sound all that hostile or angry with them. I assume the league is eager to begin their inspection. It is a priority. Normally we would have wanted Victoria and Ivy to head straight to an inspection site, but we understand that children coming back from such a far journey have their own needs. Papa exhaled through his nose, before nodding. I appreciate that you didn't rush us. Let's get everyone ready and head out? Papa asked, looking at Uncle Mori before anything else. I'm not pleased with being rushed, but we have been given some leeway. He replied and rose up. And then we all started moving. Gram split off for a moment to speak to Auntie Ami, whispering something to her that had the woman nodding seriously, but then we were out the door. Guard the house. Papa called out to the pack of Growlithe that were all watching the going on, and in a single movement they all rushed off, taking up guard positions around the house and orchard. I smiled at how eager they all were, despite a boring job ahead of them. Papa had done a lot of training with them, they all had wagging tails. We clambered into the two vehicles. Apparently the league was pretty firm on us going with them and not taking our own cars. We all packed in. One car for my family, the other for Ivy's. Our driver was Mr. Fujimura, who seemed affable as he even opened the door for Gram. Papa sat up front, putting me in the back seat between Mama and Gram. And then we were off. Heading through Viridian. Gram of course pretended Fujimura didn't exist through the trip. Did you enjoy your trip? Yeah. It was fun. The people in Kitakami weren't very nice, but they weren't mean either. Just not really sure what I was doing. But the Pokemon. They were all so wild. We got attacked a couple of times by big packs of Pokemon. But it was fine, my team sent them running, but the Pokemon were very wild. Sounds like this Kitakami needs to train better rangers. Gram replied, not sounding too happy at the fact I was attacked, but I shrugged. I think it's okay. It means lots of strong Pokemon live there, unbothered by humans. I'll have to tell you about all the Pokemon I met. Another time. I added, looking forward and seeing the tiny glasses of the man looking at me through the rearview mirror. Yes, when we have less ears, I want to hear all about it. Apologies, I can't help but listen in, since I'm here, but I do admit, traveling so far out of Kanto? To a region practically untouched by people? Heh. I did my journey and traveled through Johto for my second year, but I never traveled farther than that. It's fascinating. Fujimura offered, not at all offended with our words. I had to admit, that was something I hadn't considered. Is it really that weird? Don't lots of trainers leave Kanto after their journey to explore more? Some sure. Most don't go far overland though. It's dangerous, so they are more likely to head out into the ocean and end up on the coast somewhere before needing to head back. It's a common story. There is a ranger corps that all require 3 fully evolved flying types so they can handle long-distance travel rescue. Sounds fun. Heh. I'm told it's incredibly boring. Still. It was a really interesting adventure, and I would definitely go again, or even go somewhere else someday. I added for the man. Throwing him a bone. He nodded in thanks to my added words. Not too far now. He mentioned turning off the road we were on, onto a smaller road leading into the forests just west of Viridian at the base of the mountains. There we came across a gated little set of buildings. This is a League inspection site. Well, it is now. It used to be a watch post from what I understand. But repurposing old buildings for joint work between Kanto and Johto is the new interest between governments. I was wondering why we were coming out here and not up the mountain. Heh, they are gearing everything up for the League. Road restructuring. It would take hours to get anywhere up the mountain. We pulled into the little parking lot in front of the building, and a few moments later, the second car did the same. Come on in. Mr. Brushfire waved us to follow, the man already puffing on a cigarette as he walked, but he put it out before entering the entrance. Not that I wasn't wrinkling my nose and holding my breath at the stink of it. Inside was a pretty normal-looking office space, with a man dressed in a lab coat at the desk. Oh. Is this them? He asked, rising to his feet in a rush. Victoria Ferrous, and Ivy Vinewood. Here to get their foreign-caught Pokémon inspected. Brushfire offered, and the scientist practically giggled in delight as he looked us over. Perfect. Excellent. I am Dr. Jima. Please follow me. He gestured for us to follow, and we did. As we walked, another researcher joined us, and then a third. All of them looked excited. We moved through the building and then into a large room. It was almost completely empty besides a single wooden desk with a computer, connected to what looked like a scanning device that hung over a metal-framed bed? It looked like a hospital bed, except it was all steel below some padding. Heavy duty. Rated for up to 1,000 pounds. Do let me know if any of the Pokémon you brought with are heavier than that, or taller than the room? The doctor asked, and when Ivy and I both shook our heads, he nodded, almost looking disappointed. Alright, let's split you up now to get this done. He said, and another researcher stepped forward, but I frowned. Can't we just stay together? Our parents haven't seen our new friends. I asked, and I could see Aunt Ami nodding along with Papa. Oh well. Sure. More inspections for me, I guess. He chuckled, and his 2 colleagues both deflated. I'll get the scanner set up then. One offered, and the other just sighed and walked over to the computer to turn it on. All right then. How about we start? Go ahead and release one of the caught Pokémon onto the scanner. What if we have more than one of a species? Ivy asked as we both looked at each other. Oh. How delightful. Variance in information? He said, looking eager. Go ahead and release them all then. Haha. He said with a loud chuckle. This guy was a bit crazy. Not a good idea for me. I muttered, the gummy horde was still a thing. Ivy, you want to start? Sure. She shrugged and then grabbed some Pokeballs from her bag. Phoo. Fomantis? FOFO. The 5 Fomantis called out in surprise at their new surroundings as Ivy released them onto the bed. They were confused, and their cries grew louder. Ivy instantly walked over and talked to them, touching leaves and comforting their confusion. This is inside a building, it's nothing to be scared about. I know there isn't much sunlight, but we have to do this, and then I'll take you home and there will be all the sunlight you could ever want. Oh Ivy, look at them. Auntie Ami cooed as she came over to inspect her daughter's new Pokemon. FO? Hello, I'm Ivy's mother. Your Fomantis? FO. They all greeted, cheering for her now that they knew she was related to Ivy. Ivy's Fomantis were very cute. How delightful. Dr. Jima commented as he looked on, his hands writing notes. Grass bug types? Pure grass actually. I said before I could think about it. Ivy was distracted, smiling at her new friends and introducing them to her dad, so she wasn't going to speak about them to the researcher. They look like bug types, but aren't. It's purely camouflage. Really? Are you sure? He asked, looking surprised at my answer. Yep. Pure grass type. It's pretty common in Kitakami. Interesting. I'll have to test it myself, but that's a rather unique evolutionary trait. He looked very happy just in general, waving at his colleagues, who began taking pictures. Can we get all humans just a step away from the table? Yes, thank you. Just a quick scan. He assured us, and then the arm of the machine was angled by one of the researchers, and a moment later they nodded. All done. Thank you. He called out, and we all relaxed. There wasn't even an ominous noise or anything. That's all we need. Thank you. We see no immediate issues, so we look forward to welcoming the Fomantis line of Pokemon to Kanto. Dr. Jima said semi-formally, but then relaxed. Well, mostly. Please keep in mind that politics is a different beast to science entirely. We send our approval, but that is only half of it. That's fine. Uncle Mori offered. I doubt the League would dare. He said firmly with an ominous edge. I guess as one of the prime Bulbasaur breeders in Kanto, they had a bit of sway. Next Pokemon? Dr. Jima asked, and Ivy looked at me. Your turn. She said with a smile, and I shrugged. Sure. Mimikyu has probably been sad, stuck in his Pokeball all day. Oh gosh. Ivy whispered, and when I looked at her, she just sent me a sinister smile and waved me on. I shrugged, and released Mimikyu. Ku? Kukuku, he questioned, at the strange surroundings before seeing me. His neck crackled as he jerked his body to focus on me, the noise echoing through the room, making it even louder than it had been before. Kukuk. He cheered out and leapt at me, shadowy arms wide for a hug. Hee hee. I giggled back as he impacted my chest, and I spun him around as I hugged him tight. Arceus. Is that an attack? One of the researchers asked, hands reaching for a Pokeball, but I ignored them all as I hugged my friend. Mimikyu. We did it. We are all the way in Kanto now. This is the inspection I told you about, remember? I asked him as I finished spinning around for a bit. Kukuku. He agreed, pulling in his shadow arms, and then climbing up onto my shoulder like he wanted. Agatha is going to be giddy. Gram said dryly, and I smiled at her. Good guess. Mimikyu is a ghost, and fairy type. I told her, and it wasn't Dr. Jima that spoke, but one of the others. Fairy typing isn't a thing. It's just a normal type, with an ability. He said almost snidely. I looked at him, about to argue, but Dr. Jima reached out and put a hand on the man's shoulder, whispering something to him, and the man reddened and looked like he was going to argue before Dr. Jim glanced at the door and the man huffed and stomped out. I apologize about that. Men of science sometimes have difficulty changing their viewpoints when facts begin changing, but concrete proof hasn't been established. So, fairy type is real? Mama asked, and I looked at her with a bit of hurt. I had told her that. We are moving more and more towards that conclusion. Too many factors match up. We are still working it all out. He confirmed. There is a lot of data to collect, and it's not easy to confirm without extensive testing. Just the type matchups alone. He shook his head. Fairy type is immune to dragon type moves. They are weak to poison and steel, and resistant against fighting, bug, and dark type. Fairy moves are strong against fighting, dragon, and dark types. Oh, and poison, steel, and fire are resistant against fairy moves. My explanation was taken with shock, but I wasn't even done. Jigglypuff and Clefairy are fairy types here in Kanto. With a few others. Mr. Mime, for example. I added, and Dr. Jima looked at me with a very focused look. How do you know all of that? He asked, eyes narrowed. I think it's fairly obvious, I said firmly, before walking over to the bed and placing Mimikyu on top of it. Hey buddy, they are going to do some pictures and scans, before I could even finish he was already bunching up his disguise around him. I know. Don't worry, I won't let them peek. I assured him, soothing him as I reached out and grabbed for his little shadow claw. Holding his hand. What's this? Dr. Jima asked at my words. Mimikyu hide their true form under their disguise, which they make themselves. Most of the time they copy Pikachu, because they want people to like them like everyone likes Pikachu. I explained, but then I turned deadly serious. Looking at a Mimikyu directly can result in death. I'm not sure the exact cause, obviously. Whether it's actually killing someone out of fright, or just some weird effect they have. Either way. Don't peek under his disguise. Mimikyu is a very good boy and will do everything he can to assist you, but you can't peek for your own safety. The room was silent, and I could see Mama and Papa giving me a look. I very purposefully looked away from their worried look. Mimikyu is a sweetie though, and will do everything in his power to make sure that doesn't happen. I added, and Mimikyu was nice enough to agree, his head shaking up and down rapidly. Coo. He offered. I just pretended not to see the way it made everyone in the room besides Ivy flinch. I'll have to check our requirements. I'm not sure we can accept a Pokemon without a complete inspection. Dr. Jima added, and I crossed my arms. Really? Really? Don't try to look under his disguise, it really is dangerous. I confirmed, and Dr. Jima nodded. Very well, let's finish our inspection as much as we can without it. That sound he made, is he alright? Oh. The crackling noise? That's just the sticks he uses to make the frame of his disguise. I'm going to take him to an arts and crafts store later and find all sorts of new things for him to improve his disguise with. He wears it all day every day, so it's my responsibility to make it comforted. Don't. I screeched, but it was too late. Researcher number 2 had moved slowly while I was chatting and accidentally distracted everyone. He had pulled up Mimikyu's disguise. Chansey! I called out instantly because the guy had peeked under, Mimikyu had shrieked, and then the man started foaming at the mouth, eyes rolling back into his head and falling to the floor twitching. Mimikyu instantly started crying, and the adults were making noise, yelling, or calling for help. Chansey was working on the researcher so he might survive, but I focused on what was important. I scooped up my little guy and held him close to my chest. It'll be okay, Mimikyu. It'll be okay. A note from Seras. Hope you all enjoy. Chapter 53. The few minutes after Researcher 2 pulled a real idiot move were strange. A few league trainers rushed in, pokeballs ready, only to find Chansey saving the researcher's life and everyone pissed off or scared. Mr. Brushfire came in behind them as well, looking around trying to figure out what was happening. Then Dr. Jima calmed everything down, explaining it was a research accident. Which I argued was very much not an accident, because an accident isn't usually something done intentionally. But eventually an ambulance showed up, and Idiot Researcher 2 was picked up and rushed out. Although I think Chansey had already saved his life. Idiot got lucky. At least he was breathing more normally and started to become responsive when he was hauled away. And I had some confirmation on how Mimikyu's thing worked. It had been instant once the researcher had peeked, and it had sort of looked like a mix of massive fear and a heart attack. Everyone had been too busy at first dealing with Researcher 2, but as he was now pulling out of the room on a stretcher, 2 Machops holding each end as the EMS worked on the guy. Finally, what I knew would happen happened. Papa turned to me. Vicky? Your new Pokemon. Mimikyu is my friend Papa. He stays with me. I said firmly. I could tell Papa was feeling out the situation, and he sighed at my words. That may not be up to you. Mr. Brushfire broke in. A Pokemon like that could be labeled as too dangerous for integration. I hear Sinnoh is nice. I answered back simply with a dark edge to my voice. I wasn't going to be bullied, and I wasn't going to let someone bully my little buddy. He had been despondent in my arms ever since it happened, barely moving only to sniffle quietly from time to time. I was pissed about it. Miss Ferrous, please understand, this is a complicated time between Johto and Kanto. A Pokemon with such a strange effect could cause some problems that might lead to all the work that's been done over the last decade to unify the regions to fall apart. Your researcher did something I explicitly said would cause him harm. I've had Mimikyu for a while and never even came close to looking under his disguise. Ivy either. Would a researcher stick his head in a feraligator's mouth after being told not to? What kind of researchers are we dealing with? Mimikyu isn't dangerous. They hate that seeing them hurts people. Dr. Jima walked back into the room having followed his colleague out of the room, but as he did he came in halfway through my rant at Brushfire. Dr. Jima cleared his throat. Again, Miss Ferrous, I do apologize for my colleague's actions. You did an excellent job breaking down the dangers of your Pokemon, and it was our mistake in not listening. A Pokemon that can kill someone just by sight is a bit more serious than a Pokemon with sharp teeth. Mr. Brushfire argued, looking stressed and rubbing at his chin. The way his fingers twitched told me he really wanted a cigarette. Faye. A voice called out and everyone twitched as suddenly in the corner there was an old woman leaning on a cane. Oh hey Agatha. I greeted. Little brat. I see you found something interesting. She agreed and stepped forward. Ms. Agatha. Brushfire greeted her respectfully. You know that the Department of Ecology is the one in charge of inspections. It's up to our decision in the end. Faye. You don't even know what you are looking at. A ghost and fairy. I answered while rocking Mimikyu in my arms. Guess that'll get those researchers rushing around to prove or disprove that claim. Let's see. She said as she walked over and peered down into my arms. He's a little sensitive right now, Agatha. I explained. I liked Agatha, but she could be a bit brusque, and for Mimikyu I would tell her to fuck off just as quickly as I would the researchers. So I see. A bit sensitive for a ghost, but I suppose that comes with the fairy typing. Hello there little thing. She greeted, with an offered hand, and to my surprise Mimikyu reached out to her hand, his claw accepting her handshake. Cuckoo. He spoke and even Agatha blinked in surprise. Heh. Heh, hee 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 hee. She chuckled, then broke into cackles, much to my own and Mimikyu's confusion. He looked up at me and then back to her. I have no idea. I whispered, but Agatha slowly stopped her laughter. That is a lovely ghost type. I can't wait to see you train him into a real fighter. You, brat. She said, pointing her cane at Brushfire. You'll be getting a call from your boss soon enough. Pick it up. And then Agatha moved away, stopping only briefly to chat with Gram. Really, Agatha? What? These fools have no idea at all what your little brat brought with her. That ghostie is going to traumatize an entire generation of poor brats. I can't wait to be the most feared type again. Agatha cackled as she walked out of the room, just not through the door. She just walked into a wall and disappeared into darkness. Okay, that's actually really cool. I'm gonna need to learn how to do that. I muttered and Mama instantly put a hand on my shoulder. No. I just shrugged because Mama couldn't stop me. But the amusement disappeared when Mimikyu shifted in my arms. Don't worry Mimikyu, you aren't going anywhere. Forever and ever, remember? I told him, and that earned me a whine of need as he hugged me again even tighter. Well then. Brushfire said, still looking like he wanted a cigarette. Please give us a few minutes before we continue the inspection. I nodded and settled onto the bed with Mimikyu in my lap and just continued comforting my sensitive little guy. Eventually, Dr. Jima finished going in and out of the room as he responded to calls or issues. Good news, Dr. Isu is stable and expected to make a full recovery. He is still unconscious now, but he woke up and was responding normally. I nodded, only caring about the man's fate for the academics of it. Telling someone not to touch fire, and then watching them stick their hands into the flame sort of destroyed my sympathy for them. It did make me want to try it myself at some point, with Chansey on hand. No, it was too soon for that. Mimikyu would definitely cry. So, shall we continue? Dr. Jima asked, clapping his hands together and trying to seem positive as if a massive fuck-up hadn't just happened. As long as you don't peek under Mimikyu's disguise too. I grumbled, and the doctor nodded, practically bowing. I will heed your warning about your Pokemon, Miss Ferrous. I nodded, a little pleased at the man's deference to my words. You ready to continue, Mimikyu? I'll be right here. I promise. I whispered to him and he sort of snuggled in tighter, before eventually gathering himself and bravely nodded. Cool. That's my guy. I whispered back, proud of him for being so brave. Then I placed him on the bed, and Dr. Jima walked over and adjusted the scanner above Mimikyu. Just a moment then. Done. He said, having walked over to the computer and pushing the button. Well, that's the scanning done. The report on Mimikyu will, of course. He went quiet as a phone rang. That hag. Brushfire grumbled as he pulled out his phone. I almost laughed, because it was one of the massive bricks that first-generation cell phones looked like. He quickly answered the phone and then walked out. Oh my. I hope Ms. Agatha didn't cause another issue. Dr. Jima added, and I had to snort at that. I don't think Agatha does anything without causing an issue. I responded, and Gram chuckled at my words. Not long after, Brushfire returned and nodded. The visual hazard of your Pokemon is going to be ignored as long as no intentional use is recorded. Brushfire added, and I blinked. That's dumb, of course I'm not going to do that. Mimikyu is shy, and doesn't want to hurt anyone. I snapped, but Brushfire just nodded and waved at Dr. Jima. Well then, let's continue. I'm up next then. Ivy called, and this time I knew what she was going to pull out. Phantom asked as he appeared in such a strange space. It kinda made me giggle at how confused the Pokemon from Kitakami were at just being inside a building. Nervous at how everyone was looking at him, Phantom looked for Ivy and then floated over to her, sticking himself halfway behind her and even cutely putting his hand into his mouth like he was sucking on his thumb. Oh. Is it another ghost type? Ivy? Auntie Ami spoke first. Everyone had been surprised at the little guy's appearance. Grass and ghost. Phantom ran into us in Kitakami, and well. He was out in a storm. Vicky picked him up while half asleep and brought him inside and then dumped him on me. But he's a sweetheart. Ivy added, as she quickly wrapped her arm around Phantom, holding him up like the baby he was. I see. But a ghost type? Auntie Ami hesitantly added, obviously uncomfortable. Everyone looked a little concerned as well, staring at the little stump ghost with some obvious hesitation. As Agatha had just mentioned, ghosts were the most feared type for a lot of people. But wait. Slowly Phantom was introduced to Uncle Mori and Aunt Ami, and soon they were both cooing over the cutie. His inspection went by quickly, and then it was back to my turn. Oh so. If we caught a lot of a Pokemon, how do you want to do the inspection? I asked, looking into the gummy pocket in my bag. Mimikyu climbed up to my shoulder as I tried to work, and I gave him a smile for freeing my arms. Oh? Did you catch a lot of a particular species? Dr. Jima asked, looking interested. I got like 40 gummy in here. I explained, as I grabbed one of the balls, and then I hesitated, not releasing one. Miss Ferrous? Is there a problem? Gummy are very shy, and they won't have any idea what is going on in here. Ivy? Can I get a few leaves? I asked as I grabbed a plate out of my bag and then set it on the bed, and then grabbed my canteen to pour a little water into it. Phantom? She asked, and the little guy plucked a leaf off his stump. Thanks, cutie. I said at Phantom, and then placed it into the plate. Then I released a gummy. Goo? It cooed out in surprise as it looked around. Hi, gummy. I greeted, drawing his attention. Do you remember me? We've traveled really far from Kitakami now. We are in a building right now, okay? I watched as they looked around, taking in the sights of all the people and the fact they were inside something that wasn't a cave. We have to do a quick checkup for you, and then you and your family will be released at my stable, okay? Are you thirsty? Hungry? I got a little snack for you. I offered. That's interesting? Dr. Jima spoke, and I could see everyone looking at Gummy in curiosity. It was a pretty unique looking Pokemon. Gumi. He. She? Seemed to be a little scared, but they did scoot over to the plate and slip inside, cooing a bit as they sucked up the water. The leaf was quickly gathered up and chewed up, and they looked a lot happier after. I see. How interesting. Dr. Jima spoke, gathering Gummy's attention. Hello, little one. He spoke, and Gummy sort of woogled a bit nervously at his presence. Poison typing? It resembles Grimer to an extent. He muttered to himself as he sort of crouched around inspecting the new Pokemon. Pure dragon actually. All 3 stages of its evolution are pure dragon. I answered with a shrug. What? The gasp came from many of the adults around the room. But it was Brushfire that I was focused on. His jaw had dropped. That's a dragon type? Yep. Gumi. They start off very small, but they grow big and strong when they evolve. I answered, reaching out, and while Gummy was a bit nervous at my approaching hands, I gave its cheeks a squeeze as I lifted it up a bit, letting it stretch out and then let go, letting it wiggle as its weight brought it back down. Instantly, giggles were my reward. So I did it again. Gumi. They squealed in delight as I played Squeeze the Gummy slime. They don't look like a dragon type. Brushfire added, but Dr. Jima waved him off. Pokemon looks can be a distraction. Young Ivy showed us one just earlier with her Fomantis. It is a very unique specimen though. You said you had 40 of them? Yep. They weren't treated nicely by the people of Kitakami, they were hunting them down. I explained, frowning. Gummy are herbivores, so I think there was once a crop issue with them, and so the people in Kitakami reacted badly. But they are cute little dragons that just want friends. I said, smiling at my giggling goo. I see. Let's see what we can get from the scanner then. Since you have multiple of them, I will need a male and female for the inspection. Oh. Hey Gummy? Are you a boy or a girl? I asked, waving my right and then left hand in front of them. Gummy. He replied, tapping on my right hand. Heh. Handy that. Can you get a female? That might take a minute. I'm gonna need some more water. I muttered, but looking at my hands. I'm gonna need a sink first. I decided. My hands were a bit slimy. Oh, that's quite a mess. Mama said, cringing and looking grossed out. It's okay, Mama. They are just slimy little boys. I teased the little guy and he looked confused, but pleased that I reached out with a care and stroked over his head. His cute little horns wiggled at my touch. After a quick hand washing, I dug back into my bag and this time pulled a few pokeballs out. It took 3 before I got a confirmed female. But this was okay because 4 Gummy all piled into a plate as I poured a bit of water on them to their delight. Would never not be a fun time. Well, no obvious male-female differences. Dr. Jima rattled off as he prepared a scan, and I just distracted my little goo. Oh. Miss Ferrous, please use the antibacterial soap at the washing station immediately. As you say they aren't poison types, that doesn't mean that they are clean. Their slime seems to be teeming with bacteria. I could practically feel Mama and Papa's focus directed on me, and I nodded. Of course. They spend most of their time crawling through damp forests, or caves, and drinking from stagnant puddles. I'm sure most of that will clear off with a bit of cleaning, and access to fresh water without predators constantly a worry. I added, doing as asked, and cleaning up. I wasn't that worried though. Of course you should wash your hands with soap after handling slime Pokemon. That would be weird if you didn't. Well, other than the bacteria issue. I'm not seeing any problems in the inspection. Dr. Jima added, and Brushfire nodded. He had been distracted making notes of his own, and seemingly itching to make a call. Okay, Gummy. Next time I release you, you'll be at our new home. I called out, and the Gummy perked up at my words. I guess the fact they weren't being mistreated had given my words a bit more backing. I'll see you all soon, I told them and returned them. Okay, Ivy. Your turn, I mentioned, and then very obviously walked over to Mama, Papa, and Gram, tugging them away from the bed. Vicky? Papa asked. Oh, it's fine. Just funny, I mentioned in a whisper. Then I turned to Ivy, who was starting to flush a bit red. That's not funny, she hissed at me, and I shrugged. 'Cause it was. Ivy? It's not bad, Mom. Just. Sawaddle is a bit difficult, she said, and then she pulled a pokeball from her hip and released him. So, Sawaddle. Sawaddle. He cheered after looking around and then leapt off, despite Ivy trying to keep him on the table. And then Ivy was attacked. Sawaddle. Stop, we have to get an int's pay. That's my hair. She whined at him as he started sewing leaves into her hair as she struggled to bring him back to the bed. Well, look at that. Uncle Maury spoke and walked over, and then plucked Sawaddle up off Ivy's hair as she struggled with him, holding him up and, to my surprise, holding Sawaddle firmly as he couldn't quite escape. Well, hello there. You aren't a grass type? No, he is. Bug, grass? Yeah, I think you two are right. Bug, grass. Yep, I called out as Ivy looked embarrassed. So? Sawaddle finally struggled to get back to Ivy's hair and finish his project, and then looked at Uncle Maury. A moment later, he was sewing leaves into the sleeve of his shirt despite being held tightly. Bit of a one-track mind on this one. Sawaddle loves sewing clothes for other Pokemon and themselves, I called out, adding some details. Although I think this one is a bit more obsessed than normal. They are very nice Pokemon though. I laughed as eventually Uncle Maury helped Ivy settle Sawaddle on the bed to get scanned by basically just sacrificing his sleeve so Sawaddle would stay still enough. Bug types are a bit more of an issue for introduction than most others, as their quick lifespan can cause issues, but as a male that shouldn't be an issue. Just alert the league if any more Sawaddle are brought into Kanto. Dr. Jima spoke as he prepped everything to scan the new Pokemon. Ivy nodded, barely able to look at the doctor as she quickly returned Sawaddle. Her face was super red from how embarrassed she was. It's kinda nice to not be the one with a difficult Pokemon, I said a bit too loudly, and Ivy looked at me with a glare. Yeah? I know what your next Pokemon is, Vicky. Go on. It's all yours, she said with a big smile as this time she grabbed her parents and moved them away from the bed. Pfft. Please. She's fine. I waved off, but I did sort of make sure my family stayed in the corner. No reason. Just don't make any sudden movements. Actually, let me be clear. Stay back, and don't make noise or move around. I don't know how she will handle such a new place, I told Dr. Jima seriously. The man nodded slowly and took a few steps back and nodded strongly. Good. Come on out, Gibble. I released her, and she appeared on top of the bed. I stilled, because what I was afraid of happened. The new surroundings had startled her. I very slowly raised a hand to the doctor, telling him to stay back for sure. Gibble's eyes were dilated, and she was slowly panning her body around, looking around, mouth held open, ready to attack. Hey, Gibble. I greeted gently, and she shifted to me. We stared at each other for a few moments. She was calming, but before she left attack mode entirely. Dr. Jima shifted on his feet. Gib. She cried as she reacted, leaping full bore, mouth open towards the movement. Nope. I called out, snagging her out of the air by her horn and spinning her around in a circle to bleed off her momentum. She went to bite me, but I flipped her upside down, grabbing her under an arm and started stroking her belly. Very quickly, the tension in her little body went limp. Yeah, that's it. Easy does it, I whispered as I settled her more firmly in my arms. Sorry about that. It's complicated, I explained. I did my best to ignore the looks I knew were striking right into the back of my head. Oh my. A Gibble. That's an excellent capture, Miss Ferrous. Dr. Jima said in a whisper. Obviously knowing what a Gibble was. Vicky, what was that? Mama asked me firmly, not sounding happy. Gibble are raised in crushes. Basically a rocky sandy pit. Anything that gets too close gets swarmed by Gibble looking for food. It's their instinct to bite at everything right off the bat. And Gibble was the smallest, and she wasn't treated well. So well, I'm working on her, I said, and plopped Gibble down onto the bed. Funnily enough, now that she had a second to think about what was going on, the bed's soft top distracted her as she reached down and started pressing into it again and again, as if never seeing something like it before. Might want to get your scan, I muttered, and Dr. Jima quickly did just that as Gibble continued to push into the cushion, fascinated by terrain that was softer than my sleeping bag. Come to think of it, she had liked my sleeping bag too. Hey Gibble. We are going back into your ball for just a bit longer, okay? Then I'll show you home. You'll love it, I said soothingly, reaching out, stroking a hand over her fin. A moment later, she disappeared into her pokeball. Another dragon type, Miss Ferrous? Dragon and ground, yeah, I offered, and looked over to Brushfire. He had been the one to speak. You are going to make my job harder. That was a female. You brought one of Sinnoh's most prized Pokemon back to Kanto, and a female. He enunciated her gender strongly as he looked at me with an intense gaze. She's a girl, yeah. Arceus. Papa cursed in surprise loud enough that I heard him. What? I literally went to Kitakami saying I was going to bring back Pokemon. Why is it suddenly a thing? I asked, looking to Papa, who ran a hand over his face. Vicky, a female means we can breed them. A new Pokemon on its own is one thing, but breeding them is another. You said they are found in Sinnoh? Papa asked, but it wasn't me who got a chance to respond. The current Sinnoh champion has a Garchomp, the final evolution. It would be like bringing home a Dragonite. Which I guess you've already dealt with once. Brushfire responded sarcastically. Faye. Hee hee hee. Graham started cackling. You're damn right we did. My granddaughter doesn't care about what should be possible or not. Good job, Victoria. Graham offered, and I just shrugged. I just like them, I answered back. Well, this is going to be an interesting meeting I'll have after this. Kasuke Fujimura spoke up, and I jolted. He had been sort of blending into the wall for the last while. I had practically forgotten he existed, which was weird, because I had ninja training, so I wouldn't do that. My eyes narrowed, but the man just smiled. It will be an interesting few days you've created for us, Ms. Ferrous, but please do go on. I huffed, but turned to Ivy. She realized it was her turn and nodded. Petalil appeared on the bed and looked around, before simply looking comfortable with Ivy nearby, and started glancing around. Ivy's family cooed in delight. Petalil eventually got examined, and Ivy's parents were absolutely delighted at another pure grass type. Ivy was practically blooming under all the praise, and I couldn't help but smile in delight at her obvious pleasure at her parents' pride. Okay, this will be a double feature, I said, and Ivy did the smart thing and tugged her parents away from the bed. A dangerous Pokemon? Brushfire asked, and Ivy just snorted before I could say anything. Only if you're Vicky. She's a brat, I confirmed, and then released Riolu and Lucario. Lu? Rio. Riolu delighted in her new surroundings, while Lucario instantly homed in on all the adults she didn't know and seemed to be checking them out. Riolu for once wasn't messing with me, and instead was looking around at everything in excitement, her tail starting to wag as she explored the room. Riolu. She cheered as she discovered the bed had padding, and she quickly climbed up on top of it and bounced around, giggling at the way the padding pushed her back up. Lucario and a Riolu. Dr. Jim gasped, his hands practically danced across his notepad, and even Brushfire looked shocked. Really guys, this was like the third rare Pokemon I brought back. You should be more mentally ready for this. Lu? Lucario asked me, and I smiled. Everything is okay. We are in Kanto. The government has to do an inspection of the Pokemon I brought back. It'll only take a minute, and then we can go home. Luca. She confirmed her understanding with a nod and looked around before her eyes locked on Papa's. Lou? Hi, I'm Vicky's father. Papa greeted and Lucario nodded slowly, bowing a bit herself. Rio. Rio. Rio Rio. Riolu noticed and locked eyes on Papa and then bounced over to my surprise. She wasn't bratty at all and ran around Papa in a circle like she was examining something interesting before seeming to like what she had found. Papa, probably relying on his dog training instincts, reached out to the eager-looking Riolu and patted her on the head. That's a good girl, huh? He asked, and Riolu melted. Oh no. Papa was a dog trainer. Of course dog Pokemon would like him. Hey. I growled out and Papa looked embarrassed for a second, probably thinking I was yelling at him for stealing my Pokemon. Don't steal my Papa. He's mine. Rio? Rio Rio Rio. Riolu responded by laughing and raising up her paws and grabbing Papa's hand to press against her head. Then she stuck out her tongue. Gonna give you a Vicky Papa stealing kick if you keep this up. I threatened and Riolu just huffed at me. Steal my Papa, will you? Vicky, don't threaten your Pokemon. What's got into you? Mama asked, while Papa just looked confused. I did the most drastic thing I could to a mama's girl like Riolu. I walked over to Lucario and pouted at her, demanding attention. She seemed to pick up what I wanted and huffed out through her snout. But reached up and patted me on the head. Rio! Riolu shouted in shock at what she saw. Growling, she looked very close to going for a Riolu mama stealing kick herself. Excuse me. I apologize if I am interrupting, but the scans? Dr. Jima asked and everyone looked at him as the tension broke. Lucario nodded and walked forward, prepared to start. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Please just sit up on the bed there. Lucario nodded, and a few seconds later she was scanned, and then she waved Riolu to come join her, melting slowly away from Papa who hadn't stopped head patting her. She finally broke away and rushed to jump on the bed again. Once they were both scanned, I returned them both and pouted at Papa until he finally gave in and patted me on the head too. That was probably the most surprising catch of the day so far. Brushfire muttered as he pulled a cigarette and only thought better of it at the last second. Where did you find a Lucario family like that? He asked, and I ignored him as I was demanding affection. But Ivy the traitor answered. Vicky got into a fist fight with Riolu, after Riolu kicked her in the face. Don't tell them that. I moaned. Vicky? Ivy said that you fought that Pokemon before. Are you okay? That's dangerous, you know? Oh, don't worry, Mama. I won that fight. I said, smirking. You both got sick from fighting in a freezing stream. Ivy added, and I shot her a look. Stop tattling, Ivy. My turn then. Ivy said, ignoring my glare, as she released her C-Dot. Leading to a much easier scan process than pretty much any Pokemon so far. C-Dot was looking around and was distracted for the entire process. Vicky? Papa asked, once Ivy was done. Yeah, I still have another. I answered, and pulled out my last Premier Ball. Jangmo-o. The little guy cried out as he was released, and just like all the Kitakami Pokemon, he nearly flinched as he took in his strange new position. His cute little paws worked at the padding under him in confusion, and then as it took his interest looking down at his feet, he did it in interest. Okay, Vicky. I'm not even going to try and guess. What is this one? Papa asked, and I smiled at him, his voice attracting Jangmo-o's attention. The little dragon turned to him, and then seeing people he braced into a stance. I could see the flinch in everyone expecting an attack, but then he broke into a cute little haka dance. He was challenging Papa, since he was such a big guy, and that was probably Jangmo-o's instinctual reaction to a strange situation. Considering Papa had no idea what was going on, I walked over, surprising Jangmo-o, but then I settled my stance, and his eyes widened in delight at the situation following along with what he expected. We danced at each other, and I could tell that even Ivy had no idea what was going on, as I accepted the challenge, and then when we finished we stilled. Jangmo-o's tail was wagging in delight despite it being a challenge. I think you beat me on that one. I deferred to his experience, and he yipped in delight and spun around dancing on the soft bed in circles. I walked over and opened my arms, mostly because it just felt right, and a moment later Jangmo leapt into my arms. I giggled as I spun him around. "Vicky? Mind filling us in?" Gram asked. Well, she was more ordering. "Oh right. This is Jangmo. He's also a dragon type," I confirmed as I showed him off. His scales glistened in the light as I moved him around. He becomes a dragon fighting type once he evolves, I told them happily. They do haka dances to each other as a challenge. I had to take part in Kitakami, and the elder Kamo showed me a secret dance. When I learned it, he offered Jangmo to come with me. "A secret dance?" Papa asked, and I nodded simply. "A secret dance." I confirmed and then didn't say anything more about it as I moved back and settled Jangmo onto the table. "I'm not about to be bitten if I get closer, am I?" Dr. Jima asked, and I didn't even need to respond as Jangmo scoffed. Jangmo," he said, and then puffed up his chest and stood proudly for a few seconds and then looked at me in confusion. "It's a quick inspection, Jangmo. Dr. Jima here is going to do a quick scan, and then we'll be all done and we can go home. Are you excited to see your new home?" I asked him, and he did another cute little claw tap dance. "I see. Jangmo, our proud warrior Pokemon. They wouldn't hurt someone without warning," I assured the doctor. "Isn't that right, Jang?" He roared in agreement and once more puffed himself out like he was a samurai on a battlefield. "So cute." A few moments later, scan complete, we were done. Well, that was certainly a collection. "I swear I've heard of Jangmo before," Dr. Jima trailed off as he tapped his chin. "Alola. They are native to Alola," I answered back without missing a beat even as I played with Jangmo lifting his front legs to his confusion before he realized I was helping him dance with his hind ones. We did a little dance together, both of us delighting in it. "That's right. Of course." Dr. Jima rushed to the computer and started typing away. "Doctor?" Brushfire asked, and the man blinked, tearing his eyes away from the computer. "Oh yes, pardon me, we did receive a small mention about the Kamo line of dragon types from a researcher living in Alola. The data was sparse as the Kahuna still seek to keep outsiders from their private reserves. I do believe this will be the first official file on the Pokemon." "Alright then. Ms. Ferrous, any other Pokemon?" "Just a few Milotic, I don't think they count though, 'cause I believe the inspection was for foreign Pokemon, right?" I asked, and Papa nodded, patting me on the shoulder. "That's right. I read the paperwork myself," Papa said and then glared. "Alright, just know that if any Pokemon that isn't a Milotic is sent through without approval, it'll look bad." Brushfire added gravely. "Why would I do that?" I asked confused, and Brushfire nodded slowly before snorting. "Yeah, that's true. Then, all we need to do is re-establish the connection between your Pokeballs and the Indigo Transfer Service. Your Pokemon will be held in the transfer service while the inspection is approved," Dr. Jima said suddenly, and I jerked. "What? Why?" "I want to show my Pokemon their new home." "Just a short time, Ms. Ferrous. The inspection process is new. You and Ms. Binewood are the first trainers to take part in it, so I assure you while we are going through some teething pains," he said, looking around at the fact he was now the only researcher left in the room after losing 2 of his colleagues. "Well, it should be a short process, with how many eyes are on the process. I suggest you go home and your Pokemon should be in your hands within an hour or 2. He offered with a wink. I clutched Jangmo's claws for a second before letting him go. "Just a few hours and then I'll show you around." "Okay?" I asked, and he puffed up once more. "Jang. Heh. I guess I had more than one brave dragon return." I asked him, and then looked at Mimikyu, who was still hanging out on my shoulder. "You okay too, Keikoku?" He said a little more despondent, but I pulled him into a strong hug. "You'll love it. All the new friends you can make. And we'll be together." I told him, and I got another shadow claw hug, before he finally seemed okay with returning. Once that was done, I nodded. I guess, that's it. Excellent. I'll go ahead and do that now. And on my body, my pokeballs shifted. All of my new friends disappeared in a burst of red light. I looked at Ivy, and the same had happened to her. Alright, Vicky. Let's go. Papa said, guiding us out of the building. Brushfire and Fujimura both drove us home. Ivy and I split up, and I saw her through the window of the car as our car turned towards home first, and I waved. She did the same. Ivy and I had just finished a massive adventure, now it was time to enjoy the reward of returning home. Family affection. We stopped and let out, and Papa said something to Brushfire, quietly enough I couldn't hear, and then we were home. I called out, stretching out in delight. Growlithe called back, and Milotic trilled. I was just about to run inside when Papa plopped a heavy hand on my head and tilted me towards the family car. What? We are going to the clan compound trouble. You want to be there when your Pokemon are transferred, right? He asked, and I gasped. That's right. They weren't coming here. Yes. We have to go. I demanded, tugging on Papa's hand to urge him towards the car. He just laughed and let me tug him along. Chapter 54. The drive to Fuchsia City was filled with me going into everything that happened on the adventure once again. So then I spent the morning with Milotic, going through the caves full of water, looking for Phoeba. It was really nice. Garridos was so happy that we got to spend some time together going up the mountain. Well, it's good that your Garridos is gentle with you. Mama offered, and I just smiled. Garridos is a sweetheart, Mama. I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him in Kitakami, the cave we found wasn't big enough for him. So it was the first time all trip we spent any time together. Well, swimming up a mountain would be an interesting experience, Mama said with a bit of sarcasm in her voice. She still wasn't comfortable with Garridos, and that was fine. But swim? I blinked, realizing my parents still didn't know about my Blue Heart's special ability. I felt my lips twitch into a smirk. They were going to lose their shit when it finally came out. But then the happiness slowly seeped out. Do you think my friends will be okay? In the system, I mean? I asked, because it felt so bad for them to be locked away into the transfer system. The Pokemon transfer system stasis locks the Pokemon in it, Vicky. They won't even notice something happened until they are sent over. Papa said, and I felt my foot tapping. Are you sure? What if they do notice that time passes and can't get out? There were sci-fi stories that had that as a terrible fate. There were a ton of tests done by Bill before the system was allowed. A lot of trainers had similar fears, Vicky. They are fine, it's completely safe. Papa assured me, his eyes catching mine in the rearview mirror. Trust me. Okay. I still can't believe you found so many dragon types, Papa said, changing the subject as he drove us along. It's not that hard when you have a Dragonite and Arcanine to ride around on. Also, we asked Lucario where to find the Kamalo, so that was even easier. And a Lucario? Papa gushed. I've only ever heard of them before. They are supposed to be the best police support Pokemon in the world. Yeah, their aura ability lets them sense emotions, and they can track from like a half mile or a mile. Something like that, I added, and Papa only looked more interested after that. I don't think I've seen you this excited about a new Pokemon in a long time, dear, Mama said, sounding very amused. Well, I mean, I train Growlithe for the police, of course I'd be interested in another dog Pokemon that could be incredibly useful. Hee hee. I just giggled at Papa's obvious excitement. Well, Papa, maybe you can help me train them? Lucario only joined me because she wanted training for Riolu, even if Riolu is a brat. So I'm going to be training them. Oh? That's right, you did say that. Well, I can definitely help, Papa added, looking excited at the challenge. All right, enough you dogs, Graham added, giving Papa and I a glare, which we both just sort of laughed off. We are here. And we were. Papa was pulling the car into the small parking area outside the clan compound. I stepped out in a hurry, but slowed once I was out of the car because it still felt weird. The clan compound. The clan thing in general. Come on, Trouble. Let's go up to the main house. That's where the Pokemon transfer device is set up. Papa said, throwing a heavy arm over my shoulders, and I nodded. Time to face the clan. We passed through the entrance. The old Persian at the entrance glanced up at us, from his cute little stone lantern cap bed, but he didn't even raise his head, just ignoring us as we passed through. We walked forward, and to my continued surprise, everyone saw Papa and Gram, and everyone was delighted. Auntie! Voices called out, waving at Gram, earning scoffs, but hugs from her nonetheless when they approached, and many of them men around Papa's age would walk over and thump Papa on the back, delighted at seeing him here. Mama and I were a bit more awkward, but we both got attention still. Plenty of people were delighted to meet Mama, and lots of older women greeted me happily too. Super awkward. We were stopped multiple times on our way towards the main house, until it felt like we were stuck entirely. People swarming Papa and Gram. I managed to take a few steps away from the gathering for a moment to catch my breath, only to notice a little boy, sitting on the steps of a shop, glaring at me from above the head of a Meowth that he was clutching to his little chest. Both of them shared the same glare. Cute. Is that your Meowth? I asked, because talking about Pokemon was easier than talking about family history I had no knowledge of. Meowth doesn't like you, he said firmly, and I smirked, because I knew exactly how to handle Meowth. Before either of them could react, I settled into a crouch and used my instant kill move. Double cheek scritch. A move I perfected on Persian, and Meowth Gram would raise. The Meowth made to swipe at me, but then melted and started purring. I knew the secret spots. The little boy looked surprised at my actions and then glared. Meowth doesn't like outsiders, he grumbled, and I just chuckled. I'm a member of the Ferrous clan too, I said, and he blinked. I've never seen you. Yeah, I live in Viridian City. I'll be around more often though. My Pokemon are being stabled here. I'm Victoria. Just call me Vicky though. The little boy nodded. Jameis. He added with a lisp that made me want to giggle, but I made sure not to. Alright. See you around. Bye. He muttered quietly, but seemed pleased when his Meowth didn't follow after me, and instead rubbed its cheeks against him, wanting more pets. Papa had been distracted by a group of men, 3 of them dragging him over to some sort of workshop where the men were talking about some project they were doing. Mama was being chattered at by a group of women, being introduced to children and family. Gram was absolutely lambasting a kid that had gotten muddy, even as she had a handkerchief out and was cleaning him up. And there I stood, feeling suddenly very alone. I didn't feel like I was meant to be here. The people were all strangers, despite everyone in my family seeming to fit in like a piece in a puzzle that had been missing. Hey! The voice casually calling out to me made me tear my eyes away, and there was Elizabeth. Looking much more casual in her clothing than I had ever seen her before. Shorts, flip-flops, and a t-shirt. You look different. I don't dress up all the time, she muttered grumpily. And shouldn't I be saying that? She asked, playing with her hair, which made me reach up to my ruined ponytail. I pouted and stopped fussing with it, and she went on. I heard from Grandpa that you were back. Did you catch something? A lot actually. Kitakami was kinda crazy. Pokemon were really aggressive, and the people had no battling culture. What really? What do they do? Tricks, I think? One guy had Pokedolls that he used to run away with. I answered back, and then the 2 of us actually had our eyes met. You know. It was something I hadn't really thought about before, but Elizabeth and I had very similar eyes. We were different everywhere else, but we had similar eyes. I'm sorry, I guess? I answered, and that came out totally wrong. Fuck. Sorry? No, sorry that. It came out wrong. Your dad, Uncle Leo, when I mentioned Kitakami, he was trying to get me to take you with me, but I didn't. I took my friend Ivy. Sorry. For not bringing you along. She looked me over for a while before snorting. Don't worry about it. No offense, Victoria, but we don't really get along. Our eyes met, and an understanding passed. True. I didn't not invite you because I don't like you or anything. I just wanted a fun adventure with my friend. Elizabeth nodded. Maybe next time, but I accept your apology, even if it's not needed. Papa often tries to push me into things without actually asking. Great. I mean, cool. I'm going to go, I guess? We are waiting for my new Pokemon to be released to me. I'll show you where your transfer system is. Papa set it up in the office. Come on. Thank Arceus, I was super worried I would have to search around for it. It's fine. Everyone is distracted anyways. Yeah, they really are. Is that usual? Your dad. Uncle Victor is kinda infamous. His whole thing. I don't really know, let's just say that despite him being excommunicated, he never really strayed from being a major topic of conversation. I heard just as many stories good and bad about your father growing up as I did about mine. Well, they are brothers, so I guess most stories would have them both in it. She didn't say anything to that, and we continued walking on. A few kids waved at Elizabeth, but she just bowed at them in apology as we passed, something she had done last time too. Up to the main house we went, and then to my amusement into the same office that Grandpa Roy had led me to before. With the PC on the table. The PC is set up for the transfer system. The actual device is here. And she opened up a cupboard that was along the wall, and there it was. A transfer device. Just like the ones Koga used in his gym. Oh? I see Elizabeth already showed you where it is, little Vicky. Grandpa Roy called out, standing at the door. Yep. Everyone got a bit distracted, but Elizabeth showed me. Good. Good job, Lizzie. Proud of you. He offered as he stepped in, and patted her hair to my amusement, doing it carefully so he didn't mess her hair. That was the movement of a man that had been chewed out for that before. Great. So I'll just wait until they send them. I confirmed firmly as I walked over to the chair and pulled it over and then settled down into it. Staring at the machine. Eager to get your Pokemon, are you? I don't really like that they made it take so long. Some of my new friends are a bit sensitive. I see. Well, I'm sure they will send them over soon. You don't have to wait here, Victoria, there is an alert if anything gets sent over. I'll wait. I want to wait. I said firmly. Grandpa Roy nodded. I understand. In that case, let me grab a chair, maybe you can fill this old man in about distant. Kitakami? Sure. I can tell you about it. I agreed, and to my surprise Elizabeth settled in as well, the three of us chattering as I talked about the journey. I was rather happily telling about the Garchomp nest when there was a beep that went through the entire house. Oh, that's the transfer alarm. Grandpa Roy said and looked at the machine, where suddenly Pokeballs started appearing. They appeared in a small groove set into a tray that rotated, letting another Pokeball be pushed through. When the Pokeball reached the final space, it was pushed off and into a hopper where the balls were locked away. 1, 2, 3, I waited and counted, some white premier balls, and a lot more normal red ones, which had me grinning. Gumi. Then the machine shut down and processed the rest of the balls into the hopper. How do I get them? There is a password. Grandpa Roy said with a wink and walked me through accessing the panel, although he struggled with getting the password in a few times as the technology seemed to confuse him. Eventually, it opened up like a safe, and there they were, all my Pokeballs on tray after tray. I quickly started grabbing them, but didn't have enough arm space. Why don't we help out? Grandpa Roy offered with a laugh, and started shrinking them down so I could carry them easier, and he helped out. Even Elizabeth grabbed a few. I forgot they did that. I muttered, too excited to wait as once I had them all I rose up and sort of took a few steps forward and then a few sideways, then stopped. The stable. Right, it's out back. I muttered, and this time I knew where to go. Ignoring Grandpa Roy's laughter. I was just excited. I passed by Gram, who was sitting Siza in an open Cantonese-style room facing the back of the building where the stable was located. Hi Gram Gram. Bye Gram Gram. I shouted as I ran right past her and nearly leapt off the wooden porch. Careful trouble. She called after me, but I wasn't stopping. I made it to the stream where the Milotic now lived. I was noticed immediately, and calls of delight, trilling musical sounds as the Milotic greeted me. I quickly found a spot and dropped all the pokeballs into the grass as Milotic came out to greet me. Hi everyone. I greeted and was quickly dogpiled in Milotic, happy to see me. Do you like your new home? Are there any problems? Is it warm enough? Does it get too cold? I demanded and just received trilling laughs in return. Geez. Slow down. Elizabeth muttered as she caught up and just dropped the pokeballs next to me. Never. I said simply, mostly muffled in Milotic flesh. Okay. I got new friends to introduce. I called out and that earned a lot of attention. Milotic that hadn't jumped out of the water to greet me, now did so. And I was surrounded by the prettiest eels. Such pretty fish. I exclaimed in honest love of how they all looked, and I received many proud looks as they spun in the air and showed off their sparkling scales. I shook my head to refocus. Okay. Let's get everything sorted. Come on out everyone. I called, releasing my team. Arcanine immediately became my backrest, cuddling up behind me, showing off how excited she was with her tail thumping. Dragonite and Milotic both cheered when I released Dratini, and that caused the entire Milotic flock to cheer and dance in delight at the family's reunion. I gave them some time as I just watched as they cuddled and hugged, and I could tell from the way Milotic and Dragonite chattered that they were telling Dratini all about the adventure they had gone on. The way he turned then, looking to me, for perhaps the first time I saw something in his eyes. He wasn't a baby anymore, I realized. It had been a few months since his birth. He had grown well, everything about him looked like a fully actualized Pokemon. I nodded to him, acknowledging that fire in his eyes. Dratini was ready for training. Ready for battle. I smiled. Once they settled around, I noticed what Chansey and my blue heart were up to. Chansey was going around giving everyone checkups, although the Milotic were mostly just flowing around her in delight, spinning her around as they rubbed against her in greeting. She had a smile on her face, but the way her flippers were twitching told me, if the Milotic didn't knock that off they were going to get tossed around a bit. Gyarados flowed into the water as he was summoned, and was mostly just looking at me, hanging high over our head, looking calm and happy. Blue Heart still seemed at peace after our morning flight. I would have to do that more often. Then I grabbed one of the new white Pokeballs. This one I knew. And I released it. Coo? Coo coo coo. Mimikyu called out as he realized he was on grass. Mimikyu. Welcome home. I greeted him when he finally noticed me, and there was a moment of stillness, before my little crybaby burst into happy tears and charged at me. He slammed into my chest and I just laughed, not at him, but with him because Mimikyu. I had a Mimikyu. I grabbed another Pokeball, and this time it was Jangmo-o who popped out. He looked around, and then quickly started tippy-tapping his feet as he looked around at all the new Pokemon and the new space. He didn't run to me like Mimikyu, instead rushing around to each Pokemon and squaring right up to them and barking a greeting before rushing to the next one. Completely fearless, he even ran up to Gyarados. Blue Heart bent down to look and the little dragon didn't flinch despite his size making him less than a morsel for Gyarados, and then Gyarados greeted him with a grunt. Jangmo-o's tail wagged and he rushed to the next Pokemon. I felt soothed at the noise of Milotic and just Pokemon noises. Everyone was happy and excited. The faint flakes of red on the next Pokeball were enough to have me sit up. Come on out, Gibble. I called, and a moment later my least tame Pokemon popped out onto the grass. Her mouth was already half open as she took in the sights around her. The many large Pokemon. Gib, she said, not even a greeting, or a noise of confusion. Simply a grunt. Then she saw me, and our eyes met. She stared, but she wasn't going fully into her instincts, she just was staring. You hungry? I asked, and a moment later, despite not moving or reacting in any other way, she was drooling. I snorted, I couldn't help it, and I nodded. Okay, come here, I'll give you a snack. I said, patting the grass next to me, and Jibble did just that, walking over carefully, almost as if she was expecting an attack from a direction, but knew she couldn't do anything about it, before she reached me, and then with a few more Jibble grunts she sat down beside me. I pulled out of my bag some berry chunks, and I calmly reached over despite her focus, and gently took her hand. Then I dropped the chunk into her hand. It disappeared in an instant into her maw, hand and all, and she started chewing before she even pulled her hand out. Jibble. I sighed, and pulled her hand free, noticing she had definitely chewed her own hand a bit. Chansey came over, and a moment later Jibble was okay, but I was really going to need some work with her. Do you want to sit with me, or wander around and meet everyone? All the Pokemon here are my friends too. I asked, and Jibble just sort of sat there zoned out. Okay, I said, and then turned back to my Pokeball pile. The pair of Pokeballs that I knew should be released together were grabbed, and then I threw them out. Rio! Rio! Riolu gasped as she appeared, looking around in surprise at her new surroundings. Lucario said nothing, simply gaining a serious look as she took everything in. She relaxed quickly though as she realized that there was no danger, and that the Pokemon surrounding her were mostly ones she had met before. Hey, you two. Welcome home. I offered, and to my surprise, while Riolu scoffed, Lucario stiffened up at my words, looking at me with a serious look before she nodded. Her shoulders relaxed, and she walked over. Riolu whined as Lucario settled down next to me and nodded, seemingly deciding to be comfortable as she rested against Arcanine, whose tail was still wagging. Although I knew that the reason her tail was wagging was because she wanted to fight Lucario more than anything else. Riolu huffed, and instead of settling by her mama, she started wandering around, exploring. I nodded, grabbing the next batch. Milotic appeared in bursts of light, each one trilling as they looked around, some seeing me and greeting me, but soon more and more noticed the river full of Milotic and seemed to gasp, hovering over to greet their shared species. The newbies were hesitant, scared of being sent away, but I could see my old friends were all happy to see them, greeting them with trills of delight and eager wiggles. 5 new Milotic joined the flock. That left perhaps the most sensitive release. I grabbed a gummy Pokeball and released it. Watched as the slug materialized and then looked around. Then before it could fully process, I released another. And another. They started gathering up close to each other as they were a bit intimidated by the horde of Pokemon around them. But they calmed when everyone offered them a greeting, or just gave them little attention. Soon I ended up releasing Brave. I noticed instantly because he zooped around, gathering all the gummy into a pile and glaring at everything that was getting too close. Then, finally, the last Pokeball was released. And there it was. An entire dollop of gummy. So cute. I didn't jump up right away, instead I let them sort of get used to what was going on. Brave was still woogling around them in a circle like a guard dog with sheep, but eventually even he slowed down when no one made any motion to bother him. Then I slowly got up and had all of the gummy turned towards me. A few gentle steps forward and I settled back down on the grass just a bit away from them. Hi. Welcome to Kanto. We are very, very far from where you were before. I explained, and to my happiness, one of the gummy slid out of the dollop. Ah. It was the one I released during the examination. I was pretty sure. He wobbled right up to me and greeted me. Gummy. Hey Gummy. I greeted back in delight, because it was great. I reached down and then enjoyed my game of Squeeze the Goo. He giggled in delight, and soon, despite Brave's efforts to keep them in order, more gummy wandered over to me, chattering away. So I figured we can show you the whole place, and find a place you like that you can call home. We have a river, and even some rocks and stuff. I can probably get a cave set up for you if you want that. I started explaining even while I stretched out the one gummy. They all chattered at that, seemingly liking the idea, even if Brave just glared at me. Goo. He called out and slurped, and woogled over the others until he was in front of me. Goom. He stated bluntly, and I slowly nodded even if I didn't quite understand. You're the boss. I said, and he blinked at that, before sort of wiggling in place before nodding. Gummy. He said, and then turned to his others. And called out, and soon there was a trail of gummy, each of them following behind Brave as he started off towards the river, before sort of slurping along the bank as it was too deep for him. The gummy all lined up and followed. Like a slime train. I giggled as I watched. It might take a while to get the gummy settled and comfortable, but I was willing to give them time. I wiped my gooey hands on the grass. Then I did it again. Okay, I'm gonna need a towel, I muttered, hands still covered in goo. A note from Seras. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 55. As I stood up to get a towel, I noticed I hadn't been alone. Which should have been fairly obvious since Gram had been sitting out on the porch to start with. Mama, Papa, Gram, Grandpa Roy, and Elizabeth were sitting on the porch watching. I flushed a little. You were all watching? I said calmly, and without my voice sounding like I was shrieking. Of course, Papa said, smiling as he rose up and walked over. He handed me a towel and I quickly wiped my hands clean. I sort of forgot you all were here, I admitted, and Papa laughed at my words, ruffling my hair. How are your Pokemon settling in? I think everyone will be pretty good, except Gummy. They are hunting for a spot to settle down in. I'm going to try and help make them comfortable. Otherwise everything is dash. I was interrupted by a cry of shock. I looked over and wanted to facepalm. Instead, I ran as fast as I could to get over there. Gibble had bitten onto one of the flock Milotic's tail, and the Milotic was freaking out at the sudden chomp. Her cry freaking out as Gibble didn't let go. Luckily, her tail was mostly scales, so it would be okay, but it was still a pampered pet Pokemon. They weren't used to training, except for a few of them which had wanted a bit more exercise. Hold on. I'm coming. Gibble. Let go. No bite. I called, but I knew she wasn't listening, or maybe not understanding. With a leap I managed to wrap my hands around Gibble's body, despite Milotic waving her around. I gasped as Milotic didn't notice my added weight, as she continued to freak. Calm down, Milotic. Gibble, let go. I called out, and then finally Gibble's jaw proved a bit weaker and we slipped off. I took the crash wrapping around Gibble to keep her from getting hurt as I rolled in the grass to bleed off momentum. Vicky. I'm okay, I called out a little hoarse. That had knocked the wind out of me a bit, but I was more focused on Gibble, who wasn't handling the situation well. She was trying to bite, her teeth snapping as I held her off and tried to keep some gentle pressure on her. Eventually, without anything getting in her mouth, she calmed down suddenly. She stopped mouth open as she waited for something to get within bite range, but instead I whispered to her quietly. That's it. Calm down, it's okay. You aren't hurt, nothing is wrong. Calm down, I whispered. Slowly she blinked, and then again. And every time it was like her eyes brightened. Yeah. That's it, I soothed, looking away for the first time to see Chansey was already on duty taking care of Milotic, who was crying and laying over Chansey as she sobbed. Okay, those were Totodile tears if I ever saw them. Even Chansey had noticed and was looking less and less willing to put up with Milotic's nonsense. Papa was there kneeling beside me, but staying out of it so that Gibble wouldn't bite. Trouble? That was dangerous. You okay? I'm fine. I'm okay. Everyone's okay, I assured him as I looked down at Gibble that was now looking around at me, and at Papa as she was taking in the surroundings. You feel okay, Gibble? Gib? She responded, but I got the feeling it was less because she understood my question, and more because she recognized her name. That's a good girl, I told her, stroking her lightly to soothe her down. I'll just have to be more careful not to let you out of my sight in the future, I told her. How about you take a nap for now, okay? Gib? She responded again, seemingly not understanding, but enjoying the way I stroked her belly. With a bit of effort I got to my feet, and wandered over until I found her pokeball. And she disappeared in red light. I made sure to put her ball onto my belt and turned to Papa, who didn't look happy. Vicky, what is that? That's twice now that Pokemon has. Don't give me that look, he said, sighing and pressing his head into his hand. This is just how I look, I told him, but even I could tell my chin was raised and I was glaring as I held her ball carefully in my hands. Just be careful. I've seen Pokemon that feral before. It's rare, but sometimes wild Growlithe get that way, especially if they don't have a pack. I think she's very very young more than anything, Papa. I admitted and Papa nodded. Take care of her, Vicky, but don't forget to take care of yourself first. Just because a bite won't kill you, doesn't mean you won't be in a lot of pain. Or lose a finger. He said, and I carefully kept the ball around my palms. The scars had mostly healed by now, but new flesh was still paler than normal. I'll work on it. She's one of my priorities. Okay. Good. Don't think we won't help. Papa offered, suddenly kneeling down and pulling me into a hug. We are all so proud of you, Vicky. You've done so much, proved you have what it takes, more than I ever did. Don't think we don't see it. Even if we worry for you. Papa. I said, blushing and embarrassed as he held me tight. All right, I'll stop. Promise all of us if you need something to ask. This is a lot of Pokemon to handle at once. Papa said, looking over my new horde of monsters. Hee hee. I preened as I pulled away and rushed off. Time to get to work. Milotic. Please make sure the new pretty noodles are welcomed by the flock. Dragonite. Can you watch the little dragons? Jangmo, Dratini, and Gibble. I said, hurrying over and offering her the pokeball. She looked at it, and then nodded, taking it from me. Without hesitation she released Gibble, who for once didn't immediately attack as she appeared so close to Dragonite. No, Gibble looked up and up and up. And mostly just shrunk down. Drog. Dragonite called out, and suddenly Dratini came running, and Jangmo, having heard me, came hustling over too. Jangmo's little feet tippy-tapping in excitement as he lined up. Ee. My Pokemon are the cutest. Riolu, Lucario. Can you stay with Chansey? Chansey. Light exercise with anyone that wants? No, Arcanine. That doesn't mean we are going all out. I called out as my dog instantly rose to her feet, only for ears to fold and flop back down. I'll get to the training with you soon. I told her, although that didn't do more than make her ears perk up a little. Mimikyu? You can stay with me, or go with Chansey to get some exercise, she is really good at that. I offered, but my shoulder Pokemon just wrapped his shadow claws around me for a second. Nodding at his obvious response, I turned to my biggest Pokemon. Blue Heart. You big cutie. I called out as he had followed me with his face the whole time. You can do whatever you want, of course, my darling. I told him, and he just wiggled and continued to follow me from the river. Okay. Gummy Parade. I called as I turned to them and started chasing after. They weren't the fastest Pokemon, but they weren't just normal slugs either. They had made some good distance, as Brave led them on a winding path around. I noticed that some of the bushes had a lot of their bottom leaves chewed off, as the procession had moved past them. I would have to talk to Grandpa Roy about putting more buses into the stable. Maybe talk to Ivy about getting some grass types to revitalize them? Either way, there were still the berry trees as well, that would provide a lot of food. Hurrying on, I passed the slowest Gummy, then I slowed and our eyes met. You want a lift? I asked, bending down and offering my hands. Slowly the Gummy looked from my hands to the distant back of the next one, and he or she slipped on. Hee hee. I giggled as their body slurped into place, and then I rose up and continued hurrying, easily outpacing the Gummy and finding the main Gummy train. Brave at the distant head was still pioneering new areas, trying to find a place that would suit him. As I ran to catch up, I started considering that myself. I hadn't done a lot of exploring here, but I knew there was an underground cave for the Milotic. Could we get another cave for the Gummy as well? That would probably be the best option. That or find a nice bushy area and make a couple of dens for them. But first, I would have to talk to Brave and get him to actually accept my help. Reaching him, he looked away from under the bush he was checking to glare at me. Puffing up and glaring. Goo. I know. But I can help. I told him as I flopped on the ground cross-legged, putting the slowest Gummy onto the ground, which had them giggle as they rushed over to their friends, chirping and chattering happily. I guess Gummy liked rides. Goom. Listen. I know this place is new to you, and you want to do things your way. But you don't have to do it alone. I'm here to help. I told you, didn't I? That I would bring you somewhere safe? I did. I didn't lie. You can rely on me. I said, raising my arm and flexing while patting my bicep only to wince at the goo on my hands. Goomy. He raised himself up nice and big. I know. You're their leader. They are lucky to have you. You worked so hard to keep everyone safe. I'm on your side. Whatever you need, I'll help you. If you need a cave, I can help make one for you. If you want little burrows, I can do that. I can bring in more bushes for you all to eat, and I can move the stream around too if I have to. I waved at the water that was trickling along. This place. It's meant to be perfect for my Pokemon, so whatever you need, Gummy. Just tell me. Goo? The idea rushed through the Gummy train. I could hear them chattering, but Brave hadn't let out his puffed up sighs, just glaring and firm. Then slowly, the slow Gummy I had helped woogled over and rubbed against Brave. Gummy? Goo? And Brave deflated, looking tired. Goo. He seemed to agree, not quite sullenly, but not happy. I reached over before he could react, and picked him up. And plopped him in my lap. Goo. You're such a good boy. I told him, and then hesitated. You are a boy, right? Ah, right hand as you are a boy, left as if you are a girl. I offered, and a moment later, Brave looked up at me, and huffed, woogling over and onto my left hand. Oh. You're a girl. I'm sorry. I apologized, actually a little embarrassed. Brave was a strong-hearted warrior woman. Goom. She offered with a huff, settling herself in my hand. So I lifted her up and let her slurp around a bit, doing the squeeze game. Instantly, my hand was full of giggling slime. Letting her stretch out had the usually tack-turn Gummy giggle and wiggle around as I let her go to flip back together. She blinked, looking at me. I looked at her. My smile spread across my face. Her face puffed up in embarrassment. So cute, I declared, and before she could escape, I squeezed her up and enjoyed the sound of delighted Gummy giggles. Oh no. This could be addictive. Instead of leading the entire pack around trying to find a place, I ended up carrying Brave around, moving much faster than she could to explore the whole property. Even finding the chain link fence that indicated the end of the purchased land. It was a pretty large plot of land, about 5 acres, with a large amount of extra forest all around it. The fact the clan had bought it entirely to hold Milotic was pretty striking, but I guess it was pretty easy to get a loan when you can just point at Milotic. It took a bit, but I walked Gummy around the whole place, and in the end she wasn't satisfied about where she wanted to plant her dollop. She kept looking under things, and checking rocks, but not finding what she wanted. Goom. She denied with a shaking head. Okay. Then, let's head back. We can talk to Grandpa Roy. With the extra Milotic I brought back, I shouldn't hear any complaints about bringing in a crew for a bit of work. Until then, I'm sure we can find a place you guys will feel comfortable. I offered, and slowly Brave nodded. But she looked like she didn't want to do it. I just soothed her by grabbing some leaves from passing bushes as we walked, and she happily munched on them. Brave might be a serious leader of her dollop, but she was just as cute as all the others. She just tried to hide her cute side. I returned and saw Papa to my surprise talking with Lucario as they both stood over Riolu, who was sniffing at the ground. Trouble. Welcome back. Hey Papa, Lucario. Gummy didn't find a good place to settle everyone. But what are you doing? Oh, I was chatting with Lucario here, and I explained what I do with Growlithe. He offered with an embarrassed look. She thought the fact I could teach Growlithe how to track with their nose was weird. So I offered to show her. And so now I'm teaching Riolu how to do it. It's just the standard Growlithe tracking training. He offered. Riolu called out, and we all looked at her, as she pulled a ball out from under a bush, with a grin. Good job. Papa offered, and I never saw Riolu look happier as she stood up straight and puffed out her chest. It takes a lot of work to keep your nose trained up. Vicky knows how to do the tracking training too. So she can make sure you keep the skill. Papa offered, reaching over and patting Riolu on the head. She didn't like what he said as she scoffed and instead reached up and grabbed his hand and grinned. Wait. Hey. I glared at her, but when Riolu noticed, she just sent me an oh so superior look. Well, I'll show her. Another ass kicking on the Vicky Express. Gumi? I blinked and looked down at Gumi, who was looking up at me. Right, focus on the important things. I told her, and nodded. Papa, Gumi needs something we don't have. I need a damp cave that can keep them safe. Ah well. Let's go talk to Uncle Roy. He'll be able to sort that out. Papa said, lifting his hand away from Riolu, who pouted at him, but then I followed Papa as he led me away. I stopped before going too far. Staring at Riolu, who glared back at me. Good job with the tracking. It's a really useful skill to have. Keep it up. We'll do some move training once I get everyone settled in. I told her, and Riolu blinked back in surprise. Then I hurried after Papa. Saying praise at Riolu, the little brat, left a bad taste in my mouth. But I hurried after Papa, and there, sitting at a small outdoor table resting on cushions, was Grandpa Roy, Gram, Elizabeth, and even Uncle Leopold was here now. Uncle. Papa greeted, and then looked at Leopold. Both men met each other's eyes, and a lot of information passed between them. Papa looked away first. Pardon the interruption, but Vicky has an issue with the stable space. Papa said, and Grandpa Roy perked up. Oh? Something we need? I don't have a rock or ground type that can adjust the ground, and the Gumi need a cave. Maybe a space for the river to flow through as well? They like damp, dark spaces. I explained as I shifted my hands up and down, letting Brave undulate in my hands. She was trying to stay serious even as she looked like she wanted to giggle. Ah, I see. Well, that is something we can take care of. Elizabeth, mind stepping in? Of course, grandfather. She accepted and then rose up. Oh right, she would probably have more than just one skitty. You have a rock type or ground type? What kind? Is it cute? I think so. She offered back and stepped away. Where is a good place for this cave? She questioned, and I had to think about it for a while. I wanted them to be close by to the entrance so they were protected, especially since they weren't strong at first, but I also needed a place that was big enough for a Gudra, or at least a Sliggoo. It hit me, and I smiled. I think I know. Follow me. I called out, running off, while Elizabeth followed at a slower pace. Then I came up to the small waterfall and I grinned. It was definitely high enough to have a cave behind it. Behind the waterfall. Do you think that'll work? It won't hurt your Pokemon, will it? It'll annoy them, but nothing a nice meal won't cheer up. Come on out. She threw not one, but two Pokeballs. One popped out a Sandslash that stretched and wiggled its long claws. The other released a Delcatty. Ah, how cute! I cooed and ran forward. Hey, careful! Delcatty doesn't like dash, Elizabeth tried to call out, but I ran right past her Delcatty and up to her Sandslash. Look at this handsome one. What a strong and good-looking Sandslash. I cooed and he instantly perked up as I was paying attention to him as he puffed out his chest. What? Look at those spines. You have a good diet. And you exercise a lot, I can tell. I said, cooing at him as I reached out and gently scratched his chin, which got him wiggling in delight. Catty. A very unimpressed Delcatty snapped from behind me. I turned around to see her puffed up and irritated. What's wrong, Delcatty? I asked, and she immediately turned her head away from me. I think you're very cute. I offered, but she refused to look at me as she continued to ignore me. I looked to Elizabeth and shrugged. You are the weirdest kid. She answered back, but shook it off. Alright, a cave behind the waterfall, we can do that. How big does the entrance need to be? A foot across or so? More like 2 or more. Sliggoo are about 2 feet tall. I think we'll need to hold off on making any sort of Gudra-sized entrances until one of you evolve into one. I told Brave, who looked up at me in surprise, before nodding slowly. 2 feet. Alright. Sandslash. Delcatty. We are making a cave behind the waterfall. I know neither of you like water, but it needs to be done. Work together, okay? Both of you go into a dig. Sandslash, you are going to be in charge of securing the walls and roof. Use rock tomb, and set up a sand pit, just like in the Milotic cave. She called out, and both Pokemon looked to the waterfall and then back to Elizabeth before slumping. But both rose up and went to it. Even if Delcatty gave me a glare as she walked past. Then I got to watch as the two dug into the earth. Sandslash using. I'm pretty sure that was rock tomb to bring up rock, to make sure the cave was secure and would last. And then they both disappeared behind the waterfall. That's so cool. I can't wait until Gibble gets bigger, we can make secret caves and stuff. Gibble. The little dragon type, with all the teeth? She's a dragon and ground type. I answered, and Elizabeth twitched but nodded at my words. She'll be a powerful asset. Garchomp are crazy strong. The dragon typing removes their weakness to water. They don't like it, but it won't hurt them any more than any other move. I explained because I loved gushing about my future Pokemon. Lucky. Hee hee. Not just that, but Garchomp can fly. So they can fly, run very fast, dig, and swim. They are really versatile. Elizabeth sort of blinked as she tried to imagine it, but I could see her lack of understanding. She had never seen a Garchomp before. It was sort of hard to imagine a monster like a Garchomp. But that's my only ground, or rock type. For now. I want an ancient Pokemon someday. I just need to find a fossil someday. Oh? I've heard about the resurrection machine. Even fought a Omanite once. She offered. Water rock type was difficult to beat. Brock has a Kabutops. It was pretty strong. Oh? When I faced him, he didn't use it. What moves did it have? Oh, it used a cross poison, and some rocks moves. Stone Edge? That sounds right. Otherwise, it had water moves. Whirlpool and stuff. Interesting. She muttered as she seemed to take in this information. Worried about fighting a Kabutops? Eventually. The resurrection machine means more and more ancient Pokemon are popping up. I want to be ready. Well, all of them will have a rock typing with another typing as well. So fighting types are usually a solid bet. I offered, and she looked to me. There are only 2 Pokemon successfully revived. Just because they both are rock type doesn't mean they will all be rock type. Pretty sure I'm right though. I answered back with a shrug. But in the end, the amount of Pokemon is so vast, we'll probably never know about them all. I said with a happy smile. I couldn't wait to see just how many Pokemon filled this world. Maybe even new Pokemon that I've never seen before? I shrugged. It didn't matter. It was so fun either way. There were so many already. Looks like they finished. Elizabeth called out as Sandslash came spinning out of the hole behind the waterfall, doing its best to shed water as it landed, and then sat back like it was tired as he groomed itself. Delcatty came out a minute later, looking a little bedraggled. She walked over to Elizabeth and just meowed, demanding attention. Alright guys. Let's get some towels, and we'll get you both all dried out. Thank you. She said, giving Delcatty a scratch and pressing her head against Sandslash's, before returning them both. Elizabeth. Thanks. I said as I rose up, the gummy, and I really appreciate it. I said, waving Brave up and down, letting her sort of undulate in my hands as she started giggling a little despite trying to be serious. She looked at me, and for a moment it looked like she really wanted to say something, but she held back. I wouldn't mind some practice battles before the league. You are going to train up between now and then, right? Yep. Lots and lots of training. I'll be probably here a lot. I said as I realized I would either have to leave a lot of my Pokemon here when I went home, or I needed to stay here as I trained. The idea didn't leave me happy, and Elizabeth noticed, but didn't poke it. If you want to stay, you're welcome. You have a room here. Then she just waved me off and headed back to the main house. I turned back towards the waterfall cave. Let's check out your new home, okay? Phew. And I hurried over. letting Gumi slip inside, and I could hear the happy calls from her as she looked around. Eventually, she came out and gave me a look. It was more than just thanks, and I glowed as she crawled over and made a sort of motion that had her wiggling up and down. Then I realized she wanted up. I picked her back up and settled her on my shoulder. This shirt was already going to need a long visit with a washing machine soon anyways. Gumi. She called out, getting the attention of some of the Gumi. Gumi. I yelled out, getting much more attention. Gumi goo. Brave called out, and soon the horde of slimes woogled towards us. I looked over at Brave and she looked so happy that her family was safe. Soon the cave had a steady stream of slime slipping in. Today was a good day. A note from Seras. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 56, Interlude. Yakido. Mosway Town Hunter. Why do you continue to not hear me? A small foreign girl came across a Mimikyu. We should be looking for her body. He argued, growing heated as once again his words left no impact on the older man. The girl and the other as well are not one of us. I will not allow another to head into the deep forest just to find a body. The elder offered with a sigh. Yuki-chan. Let it go. I fled. I tried to grab her and drag her out of there, but she fought me, so I left her. He admitted to the elder sitting across from the older man, both of them at the elder's home sitting out on his porch watching the fields. I know, Yuki. You mustn't blame yourself or hold such blame in your heart. You did what you could. They were children, but they were odd. They did things differently from us. If our warnings are not heeded, we can do what we can to help, but we can't take up the lives of all people on our shoulders. I regret it. She was so young. So small. Then let her spirit not haunt you, but lift your shoulders. Use her memory as something to grow from. I will try. I will try. Yakido stared out over the fields. He had lived his entire life here in Mosway, had chosen to become a hunter to explore. To get away from the confines of the village. But perhaps he wasn't meant for this. The other girl is likely still alive. He muttered, trying not to sound petulant. If she is, and she needs help, then Mosway will be open to her. The elder offered, looking conflicted even as he spoke. To allow children to travel so far from home alone? What madness exists out beyond the mountains? He asked more to himself, but even Yakido didn't know. They sat there quietly, in the morning air, wondering what was going on with the world. What insanity would send children so young into the wilderness? Mosway rarely had the strongest Pokemon trainers, like other regions, but its children all grew up. Yakido had met a Sinahan trainer once. A man that had been at Stormpoint Port at the same time that Yakido had been with a trade caravan. Mosway had one truck that it used to transport rice and apples up over the mountains to the coast and bring back everything they needed. But that man had scared Yakido. He had been challenged out of nowhere to a Pokemon battle, which had baffled Yakido. Pokemon battles were never done anywhere but at the safest times. No one battled outside the village. Even if Stormpoint Port had been pretty safe, it was obvious that Yakido was a traveler. Yet, his own ardor had pushed him on. He had agreed. It was the first time Yakido understood the difference between Mosway and the rest of the world in truth. This man, just a random wanderer from a great region, had defeated both of his Pokemon without effort. It had been disappointing all around for both teenagers. Yakido had fled in embarrassment after the battle. The foreigners were so strange. So powerful, and yet it was like none cared about Kitakami. The sound of rushed footsteps disrupted Yakido's wandering mind. Really, Hideko? You know better. The elder said, turning to glare at his granddaughter, but the teenaged girl, breathing heavily and rushing up onto the porch, ignored the reproach. The only person in the village that did with such casual ease. Look. Up. She gasped and pointed, and Yakido did so before gasping and feeling his knees going weak. Impossible. No. No. The elder gasped, hands trembling and afraid. Because above their village, highlighted in the first light of morning, was a Gyarados. A flying Gyarados. Impossible. Those beasts, when roused from the rivers, rampaged with such power. The only beasts that worried the villagers more was the ogre, or the great matriarch of the mountain. The Garchomp that ruled with brutal force. No, no. Look. Hideko called out and pointed up, but Yakido wasn't sure what she meant. He had very much noticed the flying disaster. A disaster that should not be able to fly. No, look at its head. Don't you see the gold? She demanded, and then Yuki looked less at the entire moving calamity. There. Wait. He muttered, then as the realization sunk in, he spoke louder. Wait. That's the foreign girl. The elder spoke with surety, the words that Yuki wasn't sure he could say. She's alive. I'll say she is more than just that. Hideko said, looking up. We noticed her as we were picking up apples at first light. She's not moving very fast, but that's her, the foreign girl. Lord Arceus. Truly you treasure some more than others. The elder spoke a snippet of an old prayer. Be thankful, Yuki, it seems your actions did not end in death after all. Even the evil Mimikyu would not have challenged such a beast after all. Yeah. He said quietly, looking up at something wondrous and impossible and wondering, why? Why could he not reach such strength, but foreigners could? Perhaps? Perhaps it was time to find out. Richard Brushfire. Chief of Kanto Ecology for the League. He really wished he could smoke. Another meeting, another waste of time, but that was his life. He spent half his life in these meetings so his men could get some actual work done. The big heads all demanded another meeting, as if they didn't have the same report he had already made on this topic. Nope, they wanted a face-to-face meeting. Richard honestly wanted to one day ask them all if they were even capable of reading. Maybe on his last day before retirement? Yeah, that sounded good. We all know what this means. Garchomp. The powerhouse of Sinnoh here. We should implement a breeding program. With just a few females, we could have an entire host of them. Don't get ahead of yourself. Richard cut in. Garchomp is rated purple on the Ecology Disaster Index. Small groups are fine due to frequent infighting, and splintering into even smaller groups, which make them manageable. But a powerful alpha rising up and a trainer to keep everything settled would be a disaster of untold proportions. As outlined in my report. The man he interrupted sent a glare at Richard, not the first time. The old war hawk. Daniel Tsunade was a man that always attempted to create every advantage for Kanto possible. Even at the expense of Kanto's ecological health. The man was short-sighted in the extreme. No, you moron, breeding Grimer to then send to Johto is not a good idea. But Richard didn't say that aloud. Instead, the Kanto League president cut in. We are trying to settle tensions, gentlemen, let's keep that as our priority. Champion Lance is in agreement, so for once we have a top-down press for continued peace, on both sides of the mountain. Richard, I've read your report, but I want your opinion of the introduced Pokémon from the Kanto perspective. Issues, benefits. The president asked with hand running through his beard. I can't speak on it much, President Goodshow. The Pokémon brought in are either semi-known or complete unknowns. The Mimikyu alone has entire teams currently looking into its scans. And into what researcher Katsu has managed to share from his experience. Nearly killing a grown man with a single glance? Seems like a dangerous Pokémon, potentially too dangerous for a young trainer. Why was its entrance into the region allowed? Tsunade cut in, the man stuffing out a cigar as he rumbled. Damn, Richard wanted a cigarette. Fuckers always smoked, but he wouldn't be allowed to until it was over. Miss Ferrous was approved due to her trainer rating. With all 8 badges, as well as approval from both Elite Four Agatha, who specializes in ghost types, and gym leader Koga speaking for her, she is rated to handle black-rated Pokémon. Richard replied instantly. Nonsense. A 10-year-old with such a Pokémon is begging for an accident. The girl seemed the most aware of the dangers of her Pokémon. She went out of her way to warn everyone, and reacted quickly to both save researcher Katsu's life, as well as to make sure no further damage could be done. Which was something Richard had really wanted to ask her about. The girl was just too confident in handling a Pokemon Richard himself wouldn't have allowed anywhere near him. Miss Ferrous' trainer rating is not up for discussion. The president cut in. She has earned it, just as any trainer is capable of doing so, her age doesn't enter into it. The president replied, still stroking a hand through his beard. Richard. Moving on from the Mimikyu, will there be any issues from the other Pokemon? The dragons? Difficult to say, Mr. President. We simply don't know anything about these Pokemon to handle such an estimation. For now, we are setting up rangers to keep watch around their current habitat. Good. That should do well to give us a baseline. Such a treasure to have new Pokemon in our region. I believe our league will only be all the more impressive in a few years. The president replied happily. Probably the only man in the room honestly just pleased to have new Pokemon in the region for the league, and not for war potential, or for their own power. Richard really wanted a SIG. I agree. A voice called out and everyone stiffened. A chair that had been in a corner of the room spun around, showing the champion. The champion that had been in the meeting the whole time. Fuck. Champion. I didn't know you were invited to this meeting. Tsunade bit out with a growl, the man's cigar smothered to ashes as he slammed it down. President Goodshow requested my presence, as a show of faith to the Johto half of the Indigo League, regarding the current issue. President. Tsunade growled, looking at Goodshow like he wished he could strangle the man. This is a meeting for the Kanto League. To allow a Jotan to sit in, and not even inform us. Be at peace, Tsunade. Champion Lance was requested for an important reason, and has my complete trust in this situation. His specialty after all. He then turned to Lance. Champion? As the preeminent dragon master of our shared regions, what do you think of our newest additions? Fascinating. I read the report, and saw the scans. Tsunade nearly growled at that reveal, but everyone ignored him. Giving the Jotans the reports and scans was part of the agreement. Why get irritated with it? Richard really wanted to know what went through these old men's heads sometimes. I'm familiar with Ms. Ferrous, but this is a unique opportunity. I would appreciate it if the League would approve a visit. I would like to learn more about these new dragons she brought over, before I make my own attempt to travel to distant Kitakami. What nonsense is this? That information should have been restricted. To allow him to know where the source is. Tsunade, sit down. President Goodshow snapped out, his affable demeanor gone as he glared out from around his almost famous beard. Slowly the man did so, red and glaring. The peace agreement made between leagues after the last war was very clear, Tsunade. We keep only one champion position to keep the political pressure of trying to prove who is the best champion out of people's minds. No need for a war with everyone sure their champion is best when there is only one champion for both regions. Goodshaw began as if speaking to a child about historical fact. We have had a marked decrease in conflict on our border, between our regions. Peace. Something we all crave, Jotan and Cantonian alike. This is the best step forward we have had in decades. Indigo was once unified after all, it is a shame for us to kill our own cousins so routinely. The man reminded the room, looking even at Richard, who really wished he had a cigarette. Yet Indigo had been won, probably 500 years ago. It had been split in a civil war so long ago, and with so much destruction that even the exact reason for the war was long lost to time. It had led to centuries of war between the two regions. Centuries where each side had honed themselves against the other, but with recent changes to technology. Recent changes to the League, and recent worldwide changes, with planes becoming powerful enough to fly around the world. With sea travel improving with new understanding of Pokemon ecology. His own department was responsible for the oceanic trade path across the entire coast of Yamato. Something unheard of just a century ago. Not even touching on the distant ocean trade opening up in the last few decades. Alola, Unova, there was a rumor that he hadn't been sure of about a safe ocean liner path to Galar. But bringing up unification was a bad call. Richard could tell. Tsunade had calmed, his face gone suspiciously blank. Something everyone had noticed, but not commented on. And yet Lance should not be here without our awareness. That's practically treason. Tsunade grumbled, but the president shook his head. There was nothing up for discussion that was private information. The president reminded everyone, giving Tsunade a look telling him that his own xenophobia towards Johto had been his own embarrassment. I assure you, gentlemen, as I have said many times in the past, despite my origin, I wish to make sure the Indigo experiment continues in peace. Combining our Pokemon leagues through the Indigo League is something I approved of from the start. Lance interrupted, trying to be reasonable. And when it fails, you will go back to Johto and then come at us with all the force of the Blackthorn. Or I will fight to keep the peace from the fools that are trying to stir up trouble. Lance responded. We've all lost something to war with each other. Let the children fight each other safely through the league and leave the borders as they are, I say. He called, looking over the men. Men of the Kanto Association. Many of whom nodded along, a rare thing indeed. Richard noted Tsunade wasn't one of them. If it helps. I planned on doing an inspection of the Ferrous clan stable in a few days, to make sure everything is up to par. The champion could escort me. Richard offered. Something everyone in the room understood was the exact opposite. Richard would be escorting Lance, keeping him in sight and making sure nothing went missing on his visit. I approve, but I am not the one we will need to ask. Richard, when you inform the Ferrous clan of the inspection, please request to bring along Champion Lance. Lance, my boy, I apologize, but it will be up to them if you are welcome. I understand. The champion said agreeably, shaking his cape out a bit as he shifted. Until then, I will speak to the Silver League president about the situation, about how open the Indigo League has been regarding such a drastic shift. President. Indigo League chair members. He offered a small bow and turned his cape flaring behind him. Then Lance was gone, and Richard had another headache to deal with. I will be reaching out to discuss today's surprise, President Goodshow. Tsunade said as he rose up in one motion. I assure you that many of the governors of Kanto will not be pleased to hear of this. The president didn't do anything, and the meeting thankfully ended. Finally, time to smoke. Brushfire? He stopped as the president called. Fuck. Yes, sir? Give me a moment of your time. Goodshow requested, rising out of his chair and walking over to one side of the meeting room. To the large map of Kanto, so Richard followed. What can I do for you, sir? Push for the Ferrous clan to accept Lance's meeting. No threats, but make it known that this request comes from me if you have to. Sir? Is it really that important? Blackthorn is one of Johto's most powerful clans, but they have old pacts with the Silver League. Pacts to join in whatever wars are called. Lance being champion lets him exempt himself from the normal call to arms. Gives him an excuse to firmly plant himself between the regions as a bulwark as tall as MT Silver. Goodshow reached into his jacket and pulled a cigarette case out, offering one to Richard. Well, never let it be said Richard refused such a generous offer. I didn't know you smoked. He offered candidly. Bending down, he accepted the president's light as well, smoking the crisper brand compared to his own. Only behind closed doors, my boy. Can't let the children see a man in my position, smoking away. Best they think I abhor it all, so they do as well. At least that's the dream. He replied, and Richard nodded. So you want to butter Lance up? Not just that. I hope that Lance brings those Pokemon back from Kitakami himself. Sir? Losing an advantage like that? Is it worth it? Old thinking, Brushfire. Old, warlike thinking. What's the point of an advantage you intend to never use? No. Better to sell such an expensive gift for something far greater. Despite our openness about the situation, there are still grumblings from Johto. Grumblings that have been causing issues. Goodshow blew out a cloud of smoke as he stared at the map. Then the president turned and looked up at Richard. The president may be small, but he had a powerful presence at times. When he continued speaking, Richard was listening. Troublemakers are as always spending their political capital to cause issues. What do you think will happen when Johto soon has their own new dragons? And it was because Kanto allowed it, in the spirit of peace? the idea framed in Richard's mind. He wasn't a politician, but he could understand it. Men and women on the other side of the mountain stirring up unrest, suddenly silenced when their champion is assisted in empowering himself. You want to weaken the opposition to peace, and empower those calling for it. But sir, if Kanto is offering this boon to a Jotun champion, you are weakening the Jotun warmongers, but you might be enhancing the Kanto side. Yes. He agreed simply and didn't say anything more, staring at the map of Kanto. Richard smoked that cigarette, and nothing more needed to be said. He withdrew without another word, heading to make some calls. Elizabeth Ferrous. Elizabeth wasn't sure what to feel. Her little cousin seemed so delighted as Pokemon after Pokemon that Elizabeth had never heard of came out of Pokeballs. Elizabeth knew she was a strong trainer. She knew she had talent, taking Skitty to the conference and through skill and clan knowledge of cat types earning her place. But that, and this was something else. The Gyarados alone had Elizabeth stepping well back up onto the porch overlooking her cousin's stable. The section of land behind the clan had previously been pretty small. The Fuchsia Ninja clan had owned the woods, and the Ferrous clan had struggled to try and buy it. Only with the money from the Milotic had it been approved. The fact Koga of all people was fond of her cousin was just as weird. She had been allowed to sit in on the meeting between Daddy and gym leader Koga for the land. The gym leader had mentioned it would do Victoria well to have a stable away from Viridian. So Elizabeth knew that Victoria was trouble. Knew that she was a strong trainer, with luck and skill. But before this Elizabeth had only seen her Pokemon by themselves. Her Arcanine way back on the first day they met, the day that Elizabeth knew that the little blonde would be more than just a distant unwelcome cousin. Then a Dragonite when she flew away after the clan meeting. But looking over her entire team had Elizabeth assessing it objectively. She knew more about Milotic than most since she had been helping take care of the flock that was transferred and even helping the team brought in to adjust the entire landscaping. But Victoria's partner? It was night and day compared to the pampered flock. Thick muscles shone under its scales. It was larger, thicker, and longer, and moved with a grace on land that even some of the flock couldn't get in the water. Powerful. Elegant. Beautiful. Elizabeth admitted her jealousy, and moved on. Arcanine was a beast. Dragonite was a Dragonite. She couldn't even properly assess them. They were strong though. But the Gyarados? That had Elizabeth paying it extra attention. She had fought a trainer with a Gyarados before in the conference. He had knocked her out. His Gyarados had been a brutal rampaging beast, even Skitty using Thunderbolt hadn't managed to stop the beast until it crashed on top of her. Her agile fighting style, countered by overwhelming bulk. But that Gyarados, while bigger than her cousins, was an uncontrollable beast. Its trainer hadn't given it a single order during the fight. He couldn't. Even in the end, after defeating Skitty, it had needed to be returned to keep it from attacking her. The trainer. Yarrow? Yilo? Something like that. He had nearly lost his win because of it. He had been knocked out in the next round, because he had been banned from using his Gyarados after its attack on her. So Elizabeth had studied Gyarados, trying to figure out a method to have won the battle. Yet Victoria's Gyarados didn't rampage. Didn't attack. Didn't even mind when Milotic floated around it or on top of it. It just swam there sedately, eyes locked onto Victoria with a calm intensity. If it hadn't just been there unmoving for the last few minutes, she would have assumed it was planning on attacking. Blue heart. You big cutie. You can do whatever you want, of course, my darling. She called out to her Gyarados, who just sort of wiggled at her in response. It made no sense. How had she done it? How had she made her Gyarados so placid? So controllable? And who the hell called Gyarados a darling? Elizabeth shook her head, as her cousin ran off to chase after the littlest Pokemon Victoria had brought back. Gumi? She didn't get why she wanted so many poison types. But Victoria seemed to delight in them, and Elizabeth wasn't going to comment on liking weird Pokemon. Her Sandslash wasn't considered cute to most people, but Snicker was one of her best friends. Elizabeth would need to watch her cousin to figure out a way of defeating her, because she didn't plan on losing the conference this year. But she also knew that there was a gulf between them. Luck, rare Pokemon. Maybe even skill. Although that one was what Elizabeth was betting she could win on. That and experience. As she watched her cousin run back later with a gummy in her hands, Elizabeth agreed to help. The fact Victoria might be an enemy she faces in the conference had nothing to do with the future of the clan. This and that were two different things. A note from Seras. Thank you for reading. Chapter 57. Mama? I asked, surprised at what I came across when I came back inside. I had just hit the bathroom to wash all the slime off and use a bunch of soap. I had spoken with Chansey about what to do with the bacteria covering our gummy, and after a quick discussion, Chansey had assured me she would get what was needed. But I still needed to clean up, and entering the house I saw Mama sitting in a nice little sitting room with Elizabeth's mother right across from her. The other woman was in a fancy yukata and Mama seemed surprisingly at ease, sitting across from her, in her much simpler clothes. Both women were taking tea of all things. Yuck. Vicky, taking a break? Just getting some food before getting back to it. I need to finish planning the training plan with Chansey, and do some team bonding. But I could take a break. I assured Mama, seeing the way her face had shifted to disappointment as I talked. Good. Melissa was telling me about a hair salon we can head to. Mama said, rising up, and Melissa did as well. I'll escort you, Haruka dear. Melissa offered with a titter, and I quirked an eyebrow because Melissa hadn't been nearly that nice the last time I saw her. That would be a gift. Thank you. Mama responded, and so I was quickly pulled along into the orbit of the two women. We left the main house, down the street, with people greeting Melissa. Aunt Melissa? I suppose that was accurate. We walked down the street. Then Aunt Melissa led us into a shop on the street, inside the compound. I blinked as we walked into a barber shop of all things. I guess people in the compound needed haircuts too, and someone knew how to do it. Melissa. Good to see you, you're early. A man called out, currently working on giving another younger man a shave, but I was mostly just shocked at the size of the guy's arms. This guy had arms the size of my torso, and yet he was gently shaving his client without issue. His black hair was Cantonese through and through, but he actually had the same eyes as many of the Ferrous clan. Something I was starting to pick up as they were similar to my own eyes. Only the shape being different, as I copied Mama in that respect. Little Victoria needs her hair fixed after a training accident, Koga. She said, and I almost flinched at the name, before realizing it wasn't that uncommon a name, not that I didn't look around for ninjas anyways. There were always ninjas. Heh. Well, let me finish this up, and I'll make sure it's cleaned up. He offered with a baritone rumble, never taking his eyes off his client, and he continued to work, and we all three settled into chairs that Melissa guided us into. Just a few minutes later, the shave was complete and the man that was practically wider than he was tall looked over and then looked directly at me. That's gonna need a touch-up alright. What happened, little one? Oh, Jibble has a snapping tendency, and my ponytail landed right in her mouth. Chomped right down on it. I explained, even moving my arms up and down in an alligator snapping motion. Well, that's a shame. Let's see what we can do to straighten that up. Here, little Victoria. He gestured, patting a chair. I did as asked, rushing up, and he quickly combed my hair out a bit, seeing the damage that Ivy had done trying to help. Well, she certainly did more repair that Jibble had, but still. Scissors? My friend Ivy helped. I still had half a ponytail. Only half. Ah, I see. He muttered, and he had my hair on display, and I winced at how rough the cut was. He asked a few more questions about looks, and I nodded eventually. I'd take what I could get. Still playing with it? Mama asked as we returned to the main house. It still feels weird. I said back. My hand ran through my hair with a single motion. It was so short, but Jibble hadn't exactly given me a choice. Short hair. When was the last time I had short hair? Before I died? I shook off that thought and focused on the future. It's fine. Just hair. Even if I miss my ponytail, I'll grow it out again. I said and firmed up. I need to get back to work. Aunt Melissa, do you know where an arts and crafts store is around here? I asked, to the other woman that had been following us back. She blinked in surprise at the sudden strange question, before nodding slowly. Good. I need to get Mimikyu. 1 SEC. Kukekakuk? Mimikyu asked from my shoulder as he looked around the store. Aunt Melissa had pulled through, this was the perfect place. Yep. It's amazing, right? Anything you need. I can buy it for you. So let's get you sorted out, okay? I asked, and was instantly wrapped around in a tear-filled hug around my head as Mimikyu cried out his little heart. I told you, didn't I? We're together forever and ever. Cuckoo. He agreed, bouncing on my shoulder like an excited kid. Soon we stepped further in, going through aisle after aisle. A cart pushed ahead, I ended up delighting in picking up lots of things. New yellow cloth was the first thing he chose. His previous disguise was rough and worn with patches in places, but I urged him to grab other colors as well. Mimikyu picked Pikachu to be loved, but I loved Mimikyu no matter what his costume showed. So we grabbed blue, and a pink, and even a nice red. With some other colors as well. Stuffing so many rolls of cloth into the cart brought attention. Welcome. Do you need any assistance? The worker asked, and I perked up. Yes. My little buddy is gathering everything he needs for his disguise. Do you have anything that he can replace his neck with? It makes a crrrrackle, the noise of Mimikyu turning to look at the woman, the costume's neck turning a full 180 cracking the sticks he used to hold up the head. Unfortunately, I did forget that not everyone was prepared for a Mimikyu. The woman screamed as she leapt into the air and then crashed into a display of the cloth rolls, knocking the whole thing over on top of her. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Shit. I cursed as I rushed forward, ignoring Mama's glare as she did the same. Crap, I cursed in front of the parents. Not good. Oh my Arceus. The girl offered as we uncovered her, her hand clutching her chest. What? Sorry. Nothing to be afraid of. I called out loudly. Petting Mimikyu, who had slumped over at the scream. Look, see, it's just sticks. I explained, reaching up and into Mimikyu's disguise. He squeaked out in surprise as I pushed my hand past his cool, not quite slimy body and grabbed one of the sticks and pulled it out. Then I worked it with my hands, and the same crackling noise echoed out. The woman looked from my hands, to me, to Mimikyu, before slowly nodding, all right. Right. Sorry he spooked you, Mimikyu is the sweetest. I need to help him fix his disguise so people are more comfortable with him. He's really a sweetheart. Cuckoo? He said quietly to the worker. Ah. I see. Is that handmade? She asked, now close enough to see Mimikyu's disguise in full. Cuckoo. He cheered, nodding his big head floppily. Well, more floppy than normal since I stole a stick. Sorry, buddy. That's pretty impressive. Why does he wear it? Mimikyu are a ghost type, and their true form. It's hard to say, let's just say people and Pokemon don't react safely to it, but he's actually really sweet. All of them are. They wear disguises to meet people and make friends. I explain as I finally help the woman back to her feet. It's very well done. A bit simple, but I've seen worse for sure. I think we have some plastic framing that will work to help hold the neck up. Maybe some cloth paint as well? If you want to put on eyes? That would be great. I agreed as Mimikyu perked up. I smiled as the woman calmed down and even watched fascinated as Mimikyu did some preliminary work with the plastic framing pieces to replace all of the sticks in the neck of his disguise. Making it stand up straighter, and look a lot better with just that. Heh. A Pokemon that likes sewing and cloth hobby work? That's cute. She said, and I swear Mimikyu absolutely died. He was so excited at having another person call him cute, he was practically buzzing. As I pushed the cart full of stuff towards Papa's car, I nodded. Definitely coming back to this store again. Had to show off Mimikyu's upgraded work in the future after all. You sure? You can take the time. I asked him, but Mimikyu shook his head. Alright. Then training first it is. I said. We had just got back to the clan house, and I had asked if Mimikyu wanted to work on his disguise while I went out back and got training. But he wanted to train. I nodded. Let's get to it then, I said and headed outside. I couldn't do everything, I wasn't about to use gravity training after all, but everyone needed some work on other things anyways. I walked out into chaos, yeah, I should have expected that. Dratini had climbed up onto Garrido's, but was more hanging off his whisker, which wasn't Geet. It couldn't be comfortable, but I could see why, as Gibble was resting right below Dratini, mouth open. Dragonite was distracted holding Jangmo in one hand and Riolu in the other, both of the two looking like they were about to fight. An entire dollop of Gummy were hiding under a bush as Arcanine kept trying to get at them, her tail wagging. Sighing. I went to work. Walking over, I snatched up Gibble with a quick motion. Her jaw snapped a few times, but she relaxed once Dratini was out of sight. That was going to cause trouble in the future. Then I walked over to Arcanine. I cleared my throat, but my dog was way too focused on bothering the huddling Gummy. Well then, Garridos. Water gun. I called out, knowing my big boy would follow me. Arcanine jerked up, but as her head was stuck in a bush, she was blasted with water, making her whine as finally broke free of the bush and sent me a hurt look, her fur waterlogged and leaking. Leave the Gummy alone, I told her firmly, and she pouted. Then smirked, and I knew what was coming. Damn it. Don't you dash! I huddled up covering Gibble as suddenly water was flying everywhere, as Arcanine started shaking. My hat shifted and I realized Mimikyu was using it to block the water from him and my face. What a good boy, you little brat, I told Arcanine, whose tail was already wagging happily. Go get checked up by Chansey. Training time, I told her, and before I even finished the T word, she was off. Gibble, I noticed as I rose up and wiped my face with a free hand, didn't seem to be bothered by the water, and was mostly just looking around, seemingly enjoying being carried around. That was nice. You okay, Mimikyu? I asked, and Mimikyu nodded, showing he was still dry. Good. That was smart. Good job, I told him, and he preened under the words. Alright, Gummy? Sorry for Arcanine, she isn't going to hurt you, she just wants to play. If she bothers you again, just call for help, and one of my other friends will get her away, okay? I asked the huddled dollop in the shadows of the bush, but none of them seemed interested in responding back. I threw them a smile and moved away, giving them some space. Dragonite. If those two don't want to cool off, go dunk them in the river for a second, I called out as I walked past her, heading straight towards Chansey, who was seemingly enjoying a light workout, dropping to the ground, doing a push-up, to push her back to her feet, and then bending down to touch her toes and then restarting. Chansey, we are going to do some training, I called out, and she perked up and smiled happily as she hurried over. I watched as a very wet Riolu and Jangmo were brought over. A fluffier than normal Arcanine appeared in a blur, and then everyone gathered around. Alright, team. It's time to prepare for the fight of our lives. In just over a month, the conference begins, and I intend on winning, I called out, shooting a fist into the sky. Arcanine jumped happily at my words, and Dragonite cutely mimicked me along with Chansey, but most of the others weren't responding as well. That's fine. We would forge our bonds through training. Okay, first off, let's line up. We are going to focus on pressurizing our attacks today. Yes, Arcanine, that means no running around for now. I need that fire burning. Dragonite. Twister. We don't want to go crazy with Hurricane, but try to strengthen the winds. It should carry over to improving Hurricane as well. She nodded and started working, but she wouldn't be alone. Dratini. What are you standing around for? Time to work on Twister too. Show your mama and papa and all your friends what you can do, I called out, and Dratini, who had been hanging around on Garrido's head, suddenly leapt off and joined in. I smiled as the two Pokemon got to work, Dratini getting some tips from his mom. Milotic, Garridos. Arcanine. All three of you are together. You boys are going to try and pump out water to put out any fire that Arcanine makes. Arcanine. I know you can burn. So burn. I yelled out, and she held, running off for a spot, and the two noodle boys hurrying after. Don't forget to pressurize the water. I called out, and Milotic slumped as he realized he would have to work hard too. Lucario. I called out to the older jackal that had been watching in bemusement from the porch. Yep, you. Chansey is going to run you through some workouts. I said, winking at Chansey, who looked super happy, my goddess clapping her fins in delight as she hurried over on her tiny little legs, much faster than most Pokemon would expect, and then, since Lucario hadn't moved, grabbing her paw and just dragging her away. Rio? Hee 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 hee, I laughed ominously as I dropped a hand right onto Riolu's shoulder. Oh no. You aren't ready for the hell of a full Chansey workout. I told her, holding her back. Riolu looked back with fear in her eyes. And found no mercy in mine. Vacuum wave. I told her. Pointing. Start blasting it into Dragonite and Dragonese Twister. I'll come by to guide you into making your attacks more powerful. Don't hurt yourself. If you feel tired, let me know. I told her, and then as she was still looking surprised, I pushed her forward. Training time. I yelled, and Riolu, to my surprise, nodded stiffly and ran to stand beside Dratini. I took a moment to make sure everyone was jumping to it before I looked at my remaining Pokemon that needed training, including Gible still in my arms. Jangmo-o. I called, and he perked up, looking a little deflated, but at my call, he jumped to his feet and puffed up. Jang. You don't have any ranged attacks, do you? I asked, and he deflated, practically melting into the grass as he fell onto his belly. Was he a Jangmo-o or a Gummy? I wanted to giggle at how cute it was, but he needed trainer Vicky right now. That's okay. I told him, kneeling down to push my palm into his cheek and raising his head. It's my job to teach you and train you. So come on. I told him as I rose over to the porch where Papa was hanging out. It didn't escape me that Lucario had been hanging around Papa. Again. I narrowed my eyes at him as he sipped from a drink. Vicky? I need you to hold this. I told him, pushing Gible into his lap. Wah, Vicky. Gible, stay with Papa, okay? That's a good girl. I told her, rubbing her on the head in the way she liked. Vicky, I'm not really comfortable with this. Just hold her for a little, don't put your hands near her mouth, and maybe give her some FOOD if she starts getting up. She's a baby, treat her like a little puppy. I told him, making sure to spell the food word. He looked like he was going to argue, but Gible had settled into his lap without a care. Gib, she said aloud. And Papa sort of petted her head, causing her to open her mouth and purr. I didn't say anything more. It wasn't needed. Papa was already falling for her. Turning, I got to a new space and stood across from Jangmo-o. Alright, little guy. You get special training today. Give me 1 second though. Mimikyu? Did you think I forgot about you? I asked, and giggled at the little wiggle he gave. You were in the same boat as Jangmo-o here, so you were training together today. I told him as he hopped off and settled next to Jangmo-o. The two Pokemon side-eyed each other, seemingly still not sure about each other. Okay. So we aren't doing physical training today. You both noticed, right? We are trying to enhance special attacks, usually they are ranged attacks, neither of you have a good one yet. So we are going to work on that today. First, Mimikyu, you are using Ghost Energy, and Jangmo-o Dragon Energy. Mimikyu. Gather up your Ghost Energy, but don't let it go. Try to let it gather together as an attack, compress it like this. I told him, making a squeezing gesture. We are going to learn how to use Shadow Ball. Jangmo-o. You have Dragon Tail. Take that energy you use, and try to draw it up through your body, to your face. We are going to learn Dragon Pulse. It's a really good ranged attack. Slow and steady. Gather your dragon energy. Let it flow through you. Learn to control it. I worked with both of the Pokemon for a while before moving on. Riolu. You are just forming the attack and sending it out. Compress it down, try to stuff more power into the vacuum. Hold it and squeeze it with all your might, then let it go. I called, and while there wasn't any improvement the first time, Riolu nodded and set into work. Our antagonism set aside as Riolu did want to grow stronger. Dratini, let the twister start, but don't just cut it off, push more power in after. I told him as the little noddle nodded at my instruction. Dragonite already had compression down pretty well, but we didn't usually work on her wind control. Normally focusing on dragon energy. Keep it up. And through the crowd I moved. Checking on Arcanine, Milotic, and Gyarados, who had thankfully not burned down a forest or knocked over any trees yet. Arcanine had found a rocky spot like a good girl and was blasting it with fire, as Gyarados just emptied out on the spot. Milotic's spot spraying much smaller bursts of water. That was good. Milotic had always been pretty good at pressurizing his attacks. But he needed to do more. Milotic, go bigger. I want to see lots of water. I called out and he looked at me plaintively, but I just kept looking at him and he eventually relented his next attack, losing a lot of the pressure but being much wider. I went by everyone. Working with my entire team as we slowly improved. Eventually Lucario was given a break so Chansey could go around and check on everyone. I walked over to the poor older dog who was laying on her back, breathing crazily. Chansey put you through her crazy routines, huh? Yeah, she's got some really tough workouts. Don't worry. You'll get a break soon. I told her, and she just kept gasping for air, not even whining at me because she couldn't sacrifice the oxygen. There. A note from Seras. Thank you all for reading. Chapter 58. Food time. I called out, finally finishing the evening meal for all my Pokemon. Having more than twice what I had before made things more complicated, but thankfully most of my new tummies were small guys, so it actually wasn't that much more food than before. Don't you think that's a little extravagant? Elizabeth suddenly asked from behind me. It was getting close to dinner time for humans too, and more people had been gathering on the porch at the little table there watching as I ran my Pokemon through their final bit of training then started preparing their meal. Nope. I answered back without hesitation. Each of my Pokemon receive the food they need after their exercise, along with vitamins that they burn naturally, and I use berries to help flavor the food to their liking. I can't ask them to work hard without a reward. This is just the basic trainer stuff. They fight for us. We take care of them. Turning around I could tell that Elizabeth probably didn't agree with my philosophy, which was sad, but also as much as I felt for her Pokemon, it just meant her Pokemon would never grow truly strong. So advantage get, I guess? Food is done. Grandpa Roy called out and I hesitated as I noticed it. A family dinner out on the porch. A family dinner alongside Uncle Leopold's family. I could already see the glare that Uncle Leo was shooting at Papa. Awkward, but I followed after a moment. I had been running around all afternoon working with my friends. I was hungry too. Thank you. I offered to Aunt Melissa as she settled a plate in my spot and she nodded, smiling faintly, but it looked less like a real smile, and more like just one she was wearing at the time. I did notice how she pointedly didn't fill Papa's plate like she did some of the others. A minor snub, but one all the same. We settled in. Victoria, your training has been going well? Grandpa Roy asked as everyone took a seat. Yeah, mostly. I need to get a TM or talk to my friend Zealous. Jangmo needs a ranged attack, and I think Dragon Pulse would be perfect. Her Fracture knows it, should be able to trade her for tips on how to learn it. Fracture? Elizabeth asks, looking confused. It's a dragon type usually found in Unova. Super duper strong physical attacker. Haxor, its evolved form, trades in some of the defense other dragon types get, for just pure brute force. Aw, I wish I could have one. They are super cute with axe faces. I told her using my fingers like axe blades, to show her what I meant. Unova? Oh. Is that the ambassador's daughter? Uncle Leopold asked suddenly interested and I nodded. Yeah, Zealous Bia, she went to my school. She's nice? I offered. Because she wasn't, but she also wasn't cruel. Just sort of blunt and a bit. She's a bit of a disaster though. I added, thinking back to her first day at school, where she got so upset after getting muddy, and how she didn't know how to cook. Sounds like an interesting girl. Uncle Leo said. You said you were friends? I was about to stuff some food in my mouth, but stopped and brought the fluffy white rice back to my bowl. Yeah. We are rivals. I can't wait to see her again, I should call her. I said happily. She should definitely have all 8 badges, by now. I wonder how much training she's done. Would she have advice for raising little dragons? Good. A good relationship with the Unovan ambassador is very good. Perhaps invite her over? I wouldn't mind a moment to speak to her father about how he has enjoyed Kanto. Uncle Leo added, and it clicked. Ah, he was trying to use me as a connection for politics. Whatever. Speaking of the league. Vicky. Granda Roy added, and I put my chopsticks down again. Food. So close. Yes? We received a message this afternoon from them. They had a request for you, and for us regarding the stable. Tell them no take-backs. The gummy aren't going anywhere even if they say super please. The table went quiet as everyone looked at me. What? Was it not about getting a gummy? They are really cute, you know. I explained, making a woogle gesture with my hands. Cute. I don't believe your gummy are the focus of the request, but they were involved. There was a request to have a guest come and visit the stable. The champion, Lance. Huh? Okay, sure. I offered with a shrug. Stupid Lance, and his stupid spiky hair. And his cool cape. I bet I could pull off a cape. Better than him even. Interesting. Grandpa Roy offered, stroking his chin. I will be honest and say the clan is very hesitant to accept such a request. I was almost hoping you would refuse outright to give me an easy excuse. Huh, why? Lance is a dragon master. I'm honestly really surprised I didn't see him come barging in during the inspection. It makes sense he would want to see them. Lance might be champion, but he is a blackthorn. A Jotun. Grandpa Roy said seriously, looking serious with the way his face firmed into a scowl. So? The league already shared all the information about the dragons I brought back, right? Let him come. That way he'll have an idea of what is coming for him. I'm gonna kick his flying ass. Vicky. Sorry, his flying butt. Flying? Elizabeth asked, wondering what I was talking about. Ah, that's Lance's secret, he doesn't want it to get out. Lance isn't a dragon-type specialist. He's a flying type. Almost all of his Pokémon are flying types. I answered. I had seen Lance's battles on the TV before. No, he isn't. Elizabeth argued back instantly, nearly slapping the table. Dragonite? Flying dragon. Gyarados? Flying water. Aerodactyl? Flying rock. I ran off my fingers as I spoke. He has a Charizard too, although he doesn't use it much. Flying fire. I don't think I ever saw. Does he have a Kingdra? I asked, and it was Grandpa Roy that nodded. He does. He used it during the Elite Four battle against Blaine, when he claimed the championship. Aerodactyl? Elizabeth mentioned, but I ignored her, because I was on a roll. Okay, so one Pokemon that's not flying. Pretty good, for a flying type specialist. Rock types are his weakness, by the way. Almost all of his Pokemon are weak against it. I offered then. Since everyone was finally silent, I scooped some food into my mouth. Ah. So nice to have a bit of peace and quiet. Heh. Papa broke the tension with a chuckle that had Mama joining him. You hear that, Roy? The proud dragons of the Blackthorn are flying specialists. Gram replied, and that had Grandpa Roy chuckling alongside her. Well, dragon specialist or not. Grandpa Roy had to stop to chuckle a bit before continuing. The league urged us to accept his request in this matter. You have no issues with it? Nope. Oh wait. Dratini. I wasn't supposed to show that we had a baby. I told Papa, and he nodded, looking to Grandpa Roy. That was wise then. But I think the clan has moved past that point. He offered, and I turned around to see all my Pokemon. Yeah, probably. I waved at Dragonite, who was doing her best to make sure Gibble didn't eat anyone while they ate. She waved back. But I don't care if Lance comes. It'll just mean he gets to see how much I've grown. I don't care if he sees and gets to make plans. I said, getting ready for another bite. I'll just crush whatever he comes up with. Do you want me to head home to feed the Growlithe? I whispered to Papa after dinner. Mama and Papa were acting pretty comfy, and Grandpa Roy had offered them to stay over. I had whispered the question into Papa's ear while he hemmed and hawed about it. Papa and Mama were still. Well, there was a tension running through the house, even with everyone seemingly trying to make it work. I don't know, trouble. I don't know if I really should stay. He whispered back, looking uncomfortable, but I gave him a look. Do you want to? I asked, and he did look tempted. If you want to, then do it. This is your home too. Besides, Grandpa Roy wants you to help out tomorrow, right? I think he wants to spend time with you. I informed my Papa, who huffed out a laugh and rubbed my hair. Dear? Do you want to stay tonight? Vicky has been kind enough to offer to fly home to make sure everyone is fed and settled. Oh. Well, if Vicky is willing? Mama said, looking away from the conversation she had been enjoying with Auntie Melissa and Elizabeth. The three of them had been giggling and talking about fashion and stuff. The moment someone had mentioned some new fashion styles and looked at me, I had fled to Papa. I think it would be nice to stay over. Melissa was telling me about how they planted all the new berry trees. I wouldn't mind checking them out in the morning. Then I'll be back. I proclaimed, thankful that everything had started to work out. But before I could go, I was stopped. Uncle Leo was returning to the room, and while standing in the doorway, he had a look on his face that was rather telling. The way I stopped brought attention from the other adults sitting around the dining room table, and Papa stilled when he caught sight of his brother. This caused Uncle Leo to meet Papa's eyes, and I could tell that something was going on. Papa sighed and then stood up. Why don't you go on, Vicky? Make sure the Growlithe are fed, he said, and then stepped away towards Uncle Leo. I could feel the tension in the room. Everyone was quiet as the two brothers came face to face and Papa spoke. Why don't we go somewhere private? He offered to his brother. Uncle Leo's eyes flickered around the room, mostly to his own family, and he nodded. Yes, that would be best, he said calmly, but with a hiss to his speech that spoke of how much he was holding back. I watched locked to the ground as this all happened. Vicky. Go on now, Mama said from where she was sitting, and I was aware enough that she wanted me to be away from whatever was about to happen. Sighing internally, I nodded. I'll be back. Then I ran out, skipping over the porch and ignoring the much colder, nearly winter air. I spotted Dragonite and hurried over. While the humans ate, I had given my Pokemon time to rest, all except Gibble, who I had given Dragonite a break from watching by taking her with me. Can you fly me back home really quick? I need to feed the Growlithe and make sure the Milotic are situated for the night. Mama and Papa are staying the night. She stirred from where her feet were sitting in the water. Milotic was already napping with Dragonite curled up with him, which was why she wasn't wrapped up in her hubby's coils. I looked around for a moment, checking on everyone. Most of the Pokemon had started settling in now. I noticed the little shed set up against the house had been opened as well. Considering I couldn't see some of my friends, I had an idea of where they were. I shrugged. I would make sure everyone was comfortable when I got back. Cook. A voice called out, and I looked down to see Mimikyu hurrying over, waving at me. I stopped, and he skidded to a stop. What's up, buddy? I asked as I bent down, and he pointed at me. No, at my bag. Oh, you want your supplies? He nodded rapidly, and I smiled, laughing at his eagerness. Sure. Here, take the bag, that way it's easier to move around. I'll be back soon, okay? Kukuk, he cheered, taking my bag carefully and then skidding away towards the main house. I giggled as I watched him sort of zigzag away. Mimikyu ran so cutely. Come on, Dragonite. Let's go for a flight. She nodded, looking happy as she stretched out, and I climbed up as she flapped her wings once and we were off. While up in the sky, I noticed Papa and Uncle Leo out to the side of the house. The only reason I noticed was Arcanie was standing besides Papa. I couldn't make out what the Pokemon next to Uncle Leo was, but I could figure what was happening. Papa was Pokemon battling. I was tempted to watch, but decided to give him some privacy, and a moment later, Dragonite looked away as well and we were off. Feeding the pups and checking everything over didn't take long. It was a pretty normal chore, so not very long after I left I returned. Dragonite landing without a sound. The yard was quiet, as most of my team looked to be settled in for their sleep. I watched as Dragonite wandered over to Milotic and cuddled in with him. I peeked into the shed and wasn't surprised to see Arcanine passed out, but Jangmo cuddled up to her belly was adorable. The little guy cuddled in and was seemingly quite happy with the warmth. I quickly pulled out my camera and frowned when I realized with how dark it was, there was no way the picture would come out. Instead, I just sighed and wandered back out. I walked along the stream noticing Gyarados was sleeping in the water. His bubbles floating up to pop on the surface, and the rest of the flock were probably camped out in their little hidden cave. I stopped by the gummy cave, delighted that I could see a few of them through the waterfall, napping with bubbles growing and shrinking from their faces. Slime bubbles. I giggled quietly and moved on. Not seeing Chansey, I wandered inside. There most of the lights were turned down, but Mama was waiting for me, sitting out on the porch with a blanket over her shoulders. Vicky, how was the flight? Cold. But fun. House is good. Growlithe are fed and back on duty. Except for Pillow. I am pretty sure he stole my bed again. He always does. Mama said and pulled me into a side hug as she led me in. Have you seen Chansey? She wasn't outside. Ah. She's in the living room, with your father. Mama said, saying father with a drip of irritation. Did the Pokemon battle between Papa and Uncle Leo get out of hand? Oh, if only. Mama said sarcastically. She opened the door and I saw what happened. You had better thank Chansey for her help. I told the two grown-ass men that looked like they had gotten into a fight with a Hitmonchan and lost. Papa was holding a bloody rag to his nose, and Uncle Leo had a split lip. Both were dirty, clothes damaged. And of course Chansey was being kind and healing them up. If they looked like this after Chansey had been helping? I sighed. Chansey? Want to sleep with me tonight? I asked, and she blinked before smiling happily and throwing me a fins up. I nodded and looked at Papa. You should see the other guy? He offered to my unimpressed look and that made me roll my eyes as widely as I could. Shut up, Vic. Your mouth smells like shit. You threw it in my face, you cheat. Papa argued back, rising out of the couch as Leo did the same. Both men looked ready for round two, before the goddess descended on them. A single push and she sent both fully grown men onto their asses back in the chair and couch they had been using. Poor Uncle Leo almost tipped completely over at the force and looked a little startled when he managed to get the chair's legs back onto the ground. Chansey. She said simply a complete denial. Yeah, don't do that. Chansey has my permission to beat both of you up. I say and Chansey looked over and threw me a wink. We both knew she didn't need my permission. I winked back and then left the room. I had been shown what room I could use while staying here, and as I walked in, I found my final two Pokemon. Riolu and Lucario were both inside. Riolu had evidently decided pillows were the best thing ever. She was asleep on the fainting couch in the room, but utterly covered in pillows. Lucario was beside her, looking pretty comfortable herself on the couch with a big pillow behind her. Want a blanket? I asked quietly, so as not to wake up Riolu, and she shook her head. Chansey will come in soon. I told her, and Lucario nodded at that. Then I looked around for another of my missing friends. The faint light coming under the closet was what caught my eye, along with the cord that was sticking under the door. I checked inside, and found a mess of colors and fabric and all sorts. My appearance caused Mimikyu to still, before I blinked at him. I'm going to bed. Don't stay up too late. You can sleep in tomorrow, but we will still be doing training. Okay? Cuckoo. Satisfied, I closed the door and yawned. Time for sleep. A few moments later, ready for bed, I gently placed Gibble's Pokeball on the side table beside me. Good night, Gibble. I can't wait until we can both take a nap together. I told her with a smile as I settled in and closed my eyes. I was mostly asleep when Chansey came in, slipping into the covers and cuddling with me. Chansey might be full of muscles, but she was still soft and I cuddled closer as dreams came. The next morning, after a quick breakfast for everyone, it was time to get to work. Be a good boy for Lucario, okay? I asked Jangmo, who had been up early alongside Arcanine. Arcanine seemed to have gotten a little attached to the little guy. Then again, they both had a battle desire in them. Jang! He barked out, his tail wagging. So cute! I pressed my forehead to his head scale, then pulled away. Okay guys. I'll be back soon. And I hopped up onto Dragonite's back and disappeared into the early morning sky. I couldn't go full-out training next to the Ferrous clan house. Not even just because I didn't want to share gravity training, but because my Pokémon caused serious damage when they got going. So we flew off, and I had the perfect place to go in mind. We landed not long after, at a familiar landscape. I stretched and walked over to the small hole in the dirt and rock that we had left. He used to be so tiny. I muttered, and then I released everyone, and it only took a few moments before everyone realized where we were. Training time! I called out, even as Gyarados took a moment to look around. This was the waterfall he had risen from after all. The place we first met. Our place. He looked to me, and our eyes met. He leaned in, and I hugged him for a minute as I could practically feel the emotions flowing out over my blue heart. But soon enough Arcanine was whining for attention and I pulled away, leaving a kiss on his nose. Alright. Chansey. Slow them down. I called out and Chansey cheered and then everything got really heavy. Gyarados even slumping as he was the least used to the heavy gravity. Alright everyone. Same as yesterday, just with gravity giving us a double exercise now. Gyarados. Not you. We need to work on your physique some more. You've had the least time out of everyone. So we are going to push you hard, my heart. Gyarados let out a roar that wavered quite a bit more than normal as he tried to rise back up. Gyarados had the least time under gravity, and he was definitely the largest of my Pokémon. He had the most amount of weight to deal with. The rest of you. You know what moves to focus on, let's go. I grinned as I ran alongside the river with Gyarados, letting him work on strengthening himself. Use Ice Fang. I called out, and Gyarados did so, the energy rushing to his face and forming into a row of fangs that he used to bite at nothing. Now again. That's the move we are going to practice today. We are aiming for the top. Just like with the waterfall. It's gonna be hard. We'll fail again and again. But we won't give up. I roared and Gyarados roared along with me. A note from Seras. Thank you for reading. Might be a break from the every 3-day post next time. Backlog of PTV is getting short. Chapter 59. After a second meal to recover from the workout, most of my team went back into their balls, and I rode Arcanine back home. Despite working herself to a froth, she still wanted more, so I let her get a good cool-down run back to Viridian City. We stopped our charge outside the house and I smiled as I slipped off Arcanine, who was puffing lightly ready for more, but also ready for a break. Take a rest, Arcanine. We'll have more blasting training this afternoon, back at the clan house. I told her, and she whined a bit, wanting to run around forever. But I stroked through her sweat-soaked mane for a moment and returned her. Then I was assaulted by puppies. What? Hey, stop it. You idiots. I grumbled, as I was surrounded by Growlithe and barked at like I was an intruder. Of course they knew I wasn't. Of course I also knew that. But that didn't mean it wasn't fun for them to show off how good they were at surrounding an intruder. I guess no one wants treats? My question was almost completely smothered by the barking they were doing, but at the T word entirely different from the one I had to be careful using around Arcanine, they all went silent. Growly. I was promptly told as they all sat their butts on the grass and rose up begging. Papa is a bad influence on all of you. I informed them, but despite everything I kneeled down and started pulling out treats. Each of them received one for doing a good job protecting home, before they all rushed off to go eat it in their own special places. Dorks. I told their backs as I stepped inside and then headed for what I had returned home for. The phone. It took me a bit of digging through my bag. Mimikyu had definitely gone through everything last night, but I found my old school journal that I had used to write down important phone numbers for my journey, including the one I had managed to talk Zealous into giving me. I plugged the numbers away and then the phone rang once, before a deep male voice with a strange accent answered. Be a residence. Oh, I'm looking for Zealous. Is she home from her journey? Who may I ask is calling? Vicky. I'm Zealous's friend. I see. One moment. I waited curiously for about a minute before the phone was picked up. Vicky? The familiar voice came over and I cheered. Zealous. Hi. Yes, hello Vicky. Something you need? I wanted to ask you for some training help if you would be willing. I asked, and a moment later I could hear her grumbling through the phone before she spoke clearly. What do you have in mind? I want to teach my Pokemon Dragon Pulse. Your Fracture used it before. I was hoping he wouldn't mind taking a moment to try and teach it to my team. In exchange, I can offer some move services to your Pokemon. Or just sparring partners, or anything. The line went quiet for a moment, and then Zealous spoke quickly. Fine, come over. I could use a sparring partner. Great. Zealous? What? Where do you live? I've never been over before. The line went silent again and I smiled at the silence. Whoa, this is a nice place. I mentioned as Arcanine came to a stop. Zealous apparently lived in a rich neighborhood, no surprise there, but her small mansion had an actual fancy gate to come onto the land as well. Not sure what to do, I shrugged, and with emotion Arcanine jumped right over the gate, and then trotted up to the entrance, down the gravel driveway. Before I could even hop off when I finally reached the front entrance, the door opened, and it wasn't Zealous, but a larger man, that made me blink. He looked American? No, it was more that he looked European. Sure, a lot of people in Kanto didn't have the epicanthal fold, but they usually still had some Asian features. I just realized that other than Zealous, this was the first Unovan I had ever met. Hi. I'm Vicky. Zealous's friend. I said as I hoped off Arcanine and then noticed how the man's eyes were locked onto Arcanine. She's a beautiful creature. He finally said, and I could feel myself brighten up. Thanks. Arcanine is great. You should see Papa's Arcanine, he's a big OL chonker. I informed the man this important information, and then patted Arcanine, who was just happy to have gotten to run around some more. Daddy. Zealous called out as she squeezed out from around him and then spun around facing him. This is Vicky. She's my friend. So I see. The man blinked and looked over at me, his big bushy beard kept his lips mostly hidden, but I could see the smile even so. My daughter had some struggles when she first came to Kanto. Thank you for being her friend. Daddy. No problem. She's a good person. I replied back and then looked to Zelos. Where should we go? Follow me. She demanded and stomped back down the steps, running around to the side of the mansion. I waved goodbye at Zealos's papa, and hurried after my friend. She glared at me when I caught up, before sighing and nodding. Okay, we can use this area for training as long as we don't ruin it too much. Papa will be mad if we cause too much damage. Okay. So I want to teach my Pokemon Dragon Pulse. What can I help you with? I know how to teach Iron Tail pretty well. And dash. Vicky. I blinked, nodding, as Zealous cuts me off with an outstretched hand. I'm pretty good on TMs, if I need a new move I can get one. But what I need is someone to sharpen my Pokemon against. Battle buddies. I whispered excitedly, and Zealous slumped. Don't call it that. But that's what you want. I just need some experience in battling for some of my newer Pokemon, and Fracture needs a challenge. He still hasn't evolved. She explained, and I calmed down, nodding. Deal. You teach my Pokemon Dragon Pulse, and I'll give your Fracture strong challenges. Already the idea was forming. I knew exactly how to push Fracture. Zealous blinked and nodded. You got it, and I need some battle experience for my new Pokemon. Oh, you caught some. Yay. Zealous, that's awesome. What cool Pokemon did you catch? Show me. She rolled her eyes trying to act distant, but I could see the way her back was straight as she grabbed some Pokeballs, and a moment later, Zealous's team appeared and I gasped. It's a Scyther. Scyyyyyyyther. The bug Pokemon proclaimed at my exclamation, raising its blades into the sky and then striking them. Of course. A Scyther was a perfect addition to my team. Strong and fast. Skilled attacks to sync with my style. Awesome, and a Ponyta. Eee. Look at its cute little hooves. I cooed at the Ponyta that looked to me and flung its fiery mane as if not impressed. It was just like Zealous. I restrained myself from touching it though. Didn't want to get burned. Gong. Gong gong. The third newest Pokemon greeted me, this one actually flopping over and wanting attention, which I jumped into. Scratching Dugong's chin, loving its soft silky fur. You noticed Dugong as well. Zealous said a little snootily. She's so cute. What a friendly Pokemon. I said back, and I could tell Zealous wasn't entirely happy about the last bit. Well, she still needs some training in how to comport herself. She offered back, and I just looked to Dugong, who looked utterly enthralled with my scritching. Yeah, good luck with that, Zealous. They are fun additions. Where did you even get a Ponyta? Humph. When I was traveling, I stopped at a ranch and purchased one for travel. You and your Arcanine gave me the idea. She offered, and I blinked. Then I couldn't help but laugh. Ivy got a Tauros from the Safari Zone, for the same reason. I informed Zealous, who offered her own chuckle. Ivy always was obsessed with Mrs. Hikaru's Tauros. We just got used to dealing with him. You should see her Tauros though, he loves Ivy. That earned an actual laugh from the girl as she giggled. But I pulled away from the Dugong and rose up. So training. I refocused and Zealous's eyes narrowed as she refocused as well. Training. She agreed. You help Fracture with battle. Scyther with some battle experience, he's only used to fighting wild Pokemon, and he still underestimates his enemies. And Ponyta could use some help as well. She doesn't have the endurance she should. I don't think it's diet. I double and triple checked that. She offered and I nodded. Dragonite will help Fracture, dragon on dragon. I'll battle your Scyther with Milotic. He'll be the best to give him a surprise challenge, even if the fighting style will be similar to your superior. And Arcanine and Chansey can help Pontia. We can figure out what's keeping her endurance down. Zealous nodded. Superior can teach Dragon Pulse. But if your Dragonite is busy with Fracture, that won't work. Heh. Don't worry. Dragonite has lots of endurance. We'll do that part later. Zealous nodded and we got to work. First I whispered to Dragonite what to do, and she went over to challenge Fracture. Best way to get a dragon to push itself was a stronger dragon challenging it. Chansey was on Ponyta, who looked confused at Chansey's checkup. Then it came down to us. Milotic. Iron Tail, let's go. I called and Scyther reacted, Zealous guiding him forward. Fury Cutter. Deflect the attacks away. Don't let even one get through. She called out, as Milotic did exactly what I needed him to. Slowly striking with incredible force, pushing Scyther back a step with every deflection, even as it quickly learned not to block fully. I was smiling and so was Zealous as we battled, the roars of dragons echoing around us, and the fire types quickly getting into a competition as Ponyta's competitive spirit burned brighter. But I focused on the battle, and Fury Cutter was growing in strength. Milotic's blows went from overpowering completely to actually managing to be stopped by the strong bug Pokemon. Milotic. He thinks his strength is enough. Now. Iron Tail. I called out loudly, and Milotic roared as its attack blasted forward. Scyther tried to step into the block like it had been, but this time the blow blew through his guard and sent him flying. Scyther. Zealous called concerned, but slowly the Scyther rose up. SCY. He called out a challenge, eyes locked onto Milotic. I looked away to Zealous, whose eyes locked with mine. She nodded. Good. Scyther was feeling actually challenged. All right. Keep it up, Milotic. I called out as I turned to check in with Dragonite. Superior was looking arrogant as it belted out another dragon pulse, the purplish energy, flowing out of its mouth. With a roar as it arced over the field to hit a small pond, the energy caused an explosion of force as the water burst up into the air. Dragon? Serp. Superior responded with a scoff. As Dragonite tried. I watched as she gathered dragon energy, with easy instinct, but then she brought it up to her mouth and roared even louder than Superior, only for the energy to disperse. Serp. Superior. Zealous? Any tips? I asked her, and she just shook her head as she walked over. Looking just as annoyed as Superior as the two stared down at Dragonite and I used a TM for Superior and Fracture. I didn't try to teach them directly. That always takes too long. Why don't you just buy a TM? She asked me. It was a question I had considered before deciding not to. I don't think they do a good job teaching a Pokemon a move. I answered back. There is something about training through the whole process, learning it from the start, the failures, and successes that I think makes a move stronger. That's why you take time to practice the move after learning it. I'm not talking about just using a TM and then thinking you've mastered it. She grumbled and I nodded. That was definitely a path, but for this? For a dragon with a dragon-type move, I think there is something useful in learning how to shift their dragon energy in a new way themselves. Besides, the goal was to have a ranged attack to practice energy compression for all the dragons. Dragonite and Dratini might already have Twister, but a Dragon Pulse would help more for everyone else. Ugh, fine. Zealous grumbled, after I didn't respond, having gotten lost in thought. Superior. Make it as weak as possible. She called out, and the snake nodded without hesitation and started preparing it. A faint wave of dragon energy then escaped her throat, as she roared just as loud as before. It doesn't have anything to do with how loud you roar. I called out what I noticed instantly, Dragonite nodding along with that slowly. She was looking frustrated already. Her dragon pride not liking seeing her attacks be weaker than a non-dragon. Slow and steady, Dragonite. Build it up slow. We don't need to shoot it fast yet. I added, and she turned to do just that, slowly building up the energy in a way that looked about right, and then instead of roaring she opened her mouth and just rumbled in her throat. Slowly whiffs of purple energy escaped her mouth. That's already an improvement. I called out happily, even if Dragonite turned to look at me with a put-out expression. It's called training for a reason. Gotta keep going, again. I called, and she firmed up and nodded. Training on my team was serious business. It had to be with Arcanine leaping into it with ecstatic desire. Unless you were a certain lazy fish. Don't think I'm not noticing you slacking, Milotic. I want to see Scyther feeling every blow. I called out, and instantly my lazy fish jerked upwards from where he had been sort of slumped over ready to stop, and Scyther went from taking an easy to block blow to getting smashed with a powerful, sending him flying across the grass. Scyther? Zealous called worried, but he got up and bared his blades again, ready to charge in. Zealous's expression shifted from concern to pride. You found a good Pokemon. He found me technically. She answered back. It was a bit of a surprise. I was cooking, and he popped out of a bush. He had an injured leg, and couldn't move very fast, so he was starving. I fed him and decided to take him to a Pokemon Center. She explained and then didn't say anything more. And he wanted to be your friend after? Your friendship moved his warrior spirit and he chose to spend the rest of his life at your side. I prompted, but the moment I finished, the slowly creeping red growing over Zealous's face told me that I hadn't hit the mark. It isn't important. I raised an eyebrow and she went red before glaring. He wanted to run off. So I tried to force him, but he refused to listen, so I had Superior knock him out, and I captured him. I ran to the Pokemon Center and got him healed up. Wow, Zealous, that's really impressive. I demurred, and that didn't make Zealous happy. She reached out to smack me, but I dodged and then we were off. She was chasing me around to smack me, and I kept just ahead. Dragon Pulse. I called and Dragonite rumbled, and from her mouth came a gathering of energy. But it wasn't the same as Superior. Where Superior had sent out a beam of energy, which is what I was expecting, Dragonite instead formed an orb of energy. It was small, and the color was different from Superior's, but eventually it fired off and smashed into the water. That was different? I muttered, wondering why it was so different unless we had accidentally learned a different move. It's fine, Zealous said with a shake. Fracture shoots out an orb like that. His is a different color though, she says with a shrug, and I look back. That's right. In the anime, attacks sometimes look different. I had a sudden burst of inspiration, a surety of knowledge that I had just realized something important. Pokemon moves. They were much more complicated than I had ever realized. I had always relied on the brute force approach, just honing an ability to hit harder, but Zealous had shown me before that something as simple as shifting how you use a tail attack could turn it from a club into a sword. Why wouldn't all moves be so flexible? Professor Kukui, wasn't it? The professor of moves? I suddenly had a feeling that if I ever faced that man in battle, he would be a lot stronger than I would have ranked him before this moment. We should take a break, Zealous suddenly said, startling me right out of my thoughts. Dragonite looks tired, and you got it now. So there is no point in pushing, she said, and I nodded in agreement. Then I rushed forward, and before Dragonite could respond, I jumped into her. Great job, I cheered happily. You learned it so fast. She trilled happily as she swung me around, and then we were hugging and laughing. Eventually, I was back on my feet, but Dragonite's claws were in my hands, and we started spinning around dancing in delight as Arcanine held happily at the sight, and Milotic trilled his own cheer. Geez, it was just one move, Zealous said, fingers pressed into her forehead. Let's just not let anyone see this. And a hooray for Superior. I cheered, and Dragonite did as I said, rushing over, and before Superior could escape, the grass snake was lifted up over Dragonite's head and the dance continued, all the Pokemon cheering in happiness. Even Zealous's team got in on the action. Please don't let anyone see this, Zealous muttered to herself before rushing in and trying and failing to break it all up. It's not that easy to stop a training success party, Zealous. I cheered as I grabbed her from behind and spun her around. Let me go, you dork. Vicky. She held to the sky as we all, trainer and Pokemon, danced in happiness at another success, no matter how small. I landed back at the Ferrous clan house a few hours later, after making a promise to come challenge Zealous some more. Ready to do some training. Rest for a bit, okay? I told Dragonite, who looked worn out, but not terribly so. She nodded and walked over to take a seat next to the river to dip her feet into. A few moments later, Dratini was there, and she was delighted to see her baby. Vicky. Back again? Grandpa Roy called out from the porch, and I waved at him before hurrying over. Yep. I just spent the afternoon with a friend teaching Dragonite how to use Dragon Pulse. So I'm going to do some more training with the little ones today. Teaching it to everyone. Oh? Is a move all you needed? It's a good ranged dragon-type move, I answered back with a shrug. Is it just you? I asked back, and he chuckled. Leo is off doing some work for the clan. Elizabeth is off training. Seeing you train yesterday has gotten her fired up. You might get a battle challenge sometime soon, if I'm not mistaken. That could be fun. I could use some more practice, I answered back, walking over to the table and joining Grandpa Roy. Heh. I'm sure Elizabeth is thinking the same. You have everything you need? The clan is happy to help. We could pick up some TMs? Grandpa Roy offered rather leadingly. I just shook my head. No thanks. I've used a few already. The training to learn the move is important for my team, especially the little ones. Although I said that, I kept flashing back to the differences in Dragon Pulse. I shook it off. I've got some work to do. Thanks for the offer though, I told Grandpa Roy as I jumped off the porch and rushed over to gather my team with a sharp whistle. Releasing my Pokemon, I looked them over. Everyone that trained with Zealous looked a bit worn, but Chansey had kept them healed up. Okay. Dragonite. I do need your help a bit, but just to explain and maybe show a dragon pulse once or twice. We just need to show the little ones. Drag. She agreed, and then I called out orders mostly to rest up as it was now the little one's turn. Jangmo, Jibble, and Dratini were easy. They both rushed up, while Jibble was still in her pokeball. Where's Riolu and Mimikyu? I asked after looking around. Neither Lucario or Riolu were around. Frowning, I realized I needed to focus on the three in front of me for a moment. Jangmo, Dratini. You two are learning from Dragonite today. Jibble? Hey, you want to play with me? I asked her, and she looked at me. Gib. Neither a refusal, or an agreement, but I nodded. She was calm, so I reached over to her calmly, noting the way her eyes followed the motion, but they didn't dilate, readying an attack, and I stroked her tummy, getting a warm rumble as she opened her mouth. Let's play some learning games, okay? I asked, and still got no response, but that was okay. I gathered her up and walked over to an empty area. I wanted a big space for Jibble. Chansey, can you find the missing ones? Chance. She agreed and started asking around. Perfect. Okay, Jibble. I called out as I settled her back on her feet. Today we are going to play a game. Call Vicky says. I'm going to call out an order, and you follow. If you do enough in a row, you get a reward. I explained, even if I was pretty sure she wasn't picking up all of it. But that was okay. I was trying to associate listening to me with a good thing anyways. I also didn't say treat, because if she started thinking about food, I might not get any response from her. I settled in the grass in front of her, and waved a little to get her to lock her eyes on me. That's it. First one. Vicky says look at me. I said, and when she kept her eyes on me, I nodded, and started the process. Pulling out a bit of berry, which instantly had her drooling. Okay, Jibble, I'm going to hand this to you. Gentle, girl. Gentle. Muttered calmly as I reached out with my other hand and grabbed her claw and then brought it out to put the berry into her palm. It was hard as she instantly went for a bite as it drew close, but I managed to adjust her lunge and then plop the berry chunk into her palm. It took a second as she was trying to swallow nothing before she realized she hadn't eaten anything. Or maybe she just thought she had. But then she looked at her palm and instantly stuffed it into her mouth. Easy girl. Don't bite yourself. I told her, reaching out to pull her hand out of her mouth, but she instantly jerked and snapped at me, only barely missing as I grabbed her to keep her back. I held her for a minute as she continued to snap at me for a moment. After a bit, I managed to shift my grip on her and slowly rub her stomach. She soothed quickly, her eyes dilating back to normal after a minute, and then she looked at me as if she had no idea what had happened. Papa nicknamed me Trouble, but I think you're going to be more trouble than I ever was. I told her. Then frowned. Mostly. I admitted, because I knew the depth of my troublemaking better than anyone. Ready to continue, Jibble? Gib. Good. Let's get you settled back down, okay? I offered, and she nodded. At least I knew what my first step with her was. I needed to wean her off of the food defensiveness. She had to understand food was safe here. She didn't have to fight for it, or she would bite someone. Let's keep playing our game then, okay? I asked with a gentle smile as I adjusted myself to be able to easier grab her if she went for another bite. A note from Seras. Wasn't planning on posting this today, with my whole vacation thing, but Mango to Sleep on AO3 has been posting a wonderful Omake series about what if Vicky was posting about her adventures to Twitter called Iron Victory. You can read that here https://archivoforum.org/works/5207791/chapters/131710024 and you should. It was so fun it made me take a break from my break, really just writing Gitsy as much as I can. And finish a PTV chapter. Chapter 60. I took one look at the object that Chansey was carrying out from the house above her head and realized I was in danger. I quickly settled Jibble slightly away from me and started laughing. Long and hard, and without restraint. Because the missing two Pokemon had been found, and it looks like Riolu had really pissed off Mimikyu. The pup was bound in reams of cloth, constricting her into a burrito filling. Riolu's fur was covered in markings and scribbles done with a black marker. The look on her face as she heard me laughing only made me laugh harder because she was not happy. Whwa? What? I managed to strangle out, but it wasn't Chansey that answered, but Mimikyu landing on my shoulder and then pointing with his shadow claw, sounding pissed, but also defensive. A bit of fear? Oh, Mimikyu was worried about how I would react. I quickly gathered him up, ignoring his hissed rumblings, and hugged him soothing and tight. You aren't in trouble, I assured him, before looking at Riolu, barely restrained myself from laughing and looked at Chansey. Chance. She settled Riolu on the grass in front of me, and then gently swatted Riolu's head. Yep. You did something bad, huh? I asked her, and she rumbled and growled, but the cloth wrapped around her mouth muffled her pretty well. Okay, Mimikyu? Can you help me untie her? I don't want to rip any of your cloth. This is the stuff I bought you, right? Cuckoo. Keuku. Cuckoo. Mimikyu started up again, nearly ranting as he kept pointing his shadowy finger at Riolu. Wow, Riolu really made him mad. Okay. Let's all calm down, I assured the group, mostly looking at Gibble, who hadn't really moved from where I had placed her on the grass, as she seemed happy to just stare up into the sky. Slowly we got Riolu unwrapped, and now she was howling up a storm and pointing at Mimikyu. Riolu. Rio. She whined, but even I could tell she was lying her ass off. Naughty, I called her, and she made a scoffing refusal. Where's Lucario? I asked, and Riolu instantly went silent, her eyes wide, before she burst into motion forward, trying to press her paws to my mouth. Riolu. She begged, and I quirked an eyebrow at her, as I reached up and pulled her paws from my face. Okay, first off, we find out what you did. Mimikyu? Can you show me? I asked, and he nodded, instantly scurrying off in his silly zigzag pattern towards the house. Riolu ended up sitting Saiza in front of me, with Chansey sort of looming over her, keeping her still. Then Mimikyu returned, and I instantly saw what happened. He carried with him a frame made of the plastic bits we had bought for him, but it was obvious someone had messed it up. I tilted my head. Why did it look so weird? Riolu did this? How? I asked, more to myself, but Mimikyu decided to show it off. He zipped over and then smacked it onto Riolu's head. Pfft. I desperately kept from laughing. Mostly because I didn't want to hurt Mimikyu's feelings, but I understood now. The way Riolu's head was tilting down in embarrassment. She had put on the plastic support for Mimikyu's costume onto her head, because with it sort of pushed down over her, it looked like a tiara. Sort of. If you squinted. Okay. I called out and waved Mimikyu over and hugged him tight. I'm sorry it got damaged, that must have taken you a while, huh? I asked, and he nodded, his neck floppy and crackling as he was. Back to? We're still using sticks. Alright. Riolu, we probably should have laid some better ground rules about things. But let me say something important. You shouldn't play with something that doesn't belong to you without asking first. Mimikyu spent a long time making that. I even reached over and took it off her head, and held it out. Look how complicated it is. She tilted her head away from it and refused to look at it. I moved it over back into her field of view, and she arched her neck up to not be able to see it, and then around. God, I'd seen Arcanine do the same thing when she chewed on something she wasn't supposed to. Riolu, I said bluntly. Here is your punishment. First, you won't get any special treats tonight with dinner, I said, and she gasped, looking at me in surprise. I fed my Pokemon good after all. Second, you are going to apologize to Mimikyu, and truly, deeply mean it. Or else I bring Lucario into this. Rio. She denied, and then her head fell and nodded. And third dash. Rio? Yes, there is more. You will help Mimikyu in fixing it. Cuckoo. Riolu? Hey, both of you, I said, looking at Mimikyu, who had refused even harsher than Riolu had. I know you are angry, Mimikyu, and you have reason to. But you two are also on my team, that means you are family of a sort. You'll be around each other for a long time. Cook. He still denied tugging at me with his claws, and I swept him up. Oh Mimikyu, it's not a punishment. Although I can understand why you feel that way. Riolu needs to help you. That means you can put her to work. This is a punishment for her. But I understand I am asking you to let her into your space. Maybe a little help? She can hold the cloth for you as you ready it, or anything you need. I explain, and with that, I could see Mimikyu's head tilt, and he turned to Riolu. Very quickly, there was a sinister cuckoo coming out of him as he stared at Riolu, and the pup went from frustrated at the situation to looking a little worried. Good. All right. Riolu? You understand? I demanded, and while she did look like she wanted to refuse, glancing over at the still muttering Mimikyu, she hung her head and nodded. Good. Now this is training time, which you missed. Go practice vacuum wave. I demanded, and she perked up a bit at that. Training wasn't really a punishment to Pokemon after all. She hurried off with Chansey nodding to me and patting me on the head as she ran past. I looked and realized Mimikyu wasn't going anywhere, staying on my shoulder that he climbed up onto. I'm working with Gible. You want to help? I asked him, and he sort of jerked up and down in a nod, but it wasn't a very convincing one. That's okay, you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. I like the company. I'm trying to get her used to eating around others and not snapping, I said, and he perked up when I offered him just to stay. Then I looked to Gible, who was still just staring off into the sky, into the clouds. I didn't interrupt at first, just watching her. She really was seemingly very happy to just sit there staring at whatever caught her interest. There was a time for training, teaching, and there was a time for building our connection. I walked over and settled next to her, then I just laid back until I was staring up at the sky. It's nice. What a perfect day, I said, and to my surprise she reacted, slowly leaning back until she was trying to copy me, but failing because of her fin. Deciding to help, I reached out and grabbed and pulled her close, and then settled her in the crook of my arm, letting her lay back staring up at the sky with me. She went still, seemingly satisfied, and Mimikyu joined me, slipping into my other arm, seemingly wanting what Gible got. I smiled as both Pokemon got comfortable, and we just stared into the passing clouds for a while. After Gible fell asleep and started snoring cutely, I returned her, and got back to work. Dragonite was being reliable though and was teaching Jangmo and Dratini Dragon Pulse like she should, but Riolu had somehow ducked out of Chansey's view and was slacking, throwing pebbles into the growing lake. Listen, when you have multiple Pokemon including water types practicing moves, landscapes change. It was fine. I had checked with Grandpa Roy, and considering how easy it is to fix things, as long as we didn't wreck the trees around the property, we were good. So we had a lake. I decided to deal with Riolu last. I noticed Dratini was doing the best with Dragon Pulse. He was actually nearly getting it, and his pulse looked, well, it reminded me of Water Pulse, which fit, because of course Dratini knew Water Pulse from Milotic. His Dragon Pulse was a single dragon-headed beam with a sort of spiral of energy to it. Cute. Also extra interesting. Mimikyu? Let's have you start practicing some more, okay? Remember Shadow Ball. Concentrate your ghost energy into a ball. Try to compress it and then shoot it out. Slow and steady, okay? I told him, and he nodded, leaping off my shoulder to get to work nearby. But I had an idea. Milotic. Come here. I called out, pulling him away from where he was mostly just playing in the water after giving up on training without direct supervision. He hurried over and made to look like he was working the whole time. What a goof. Milotic, learn Dragon Pulse too, okay? I asked, and he perked up, hurrying over and greeting his waifu with a face rub, and then he prodded Dratini, earning giggles. Ah. So cute. Happy family. I gave them a bit of time for Dratini to show off and Dragonite to explain how to use Dragon Pulse as I walked over to Jangmo, who wasn't quite there yet. Hey Jangmo. I greeted him, and he sort of slouched, looking away from me as his last attempt hadn't quite made it past just making him glow a bit. January MO. He muttered, and I nodded. You're doing great. MO. He denied looking to Dratini. Dratini already has a basis for it, he's been learning how to use water pulse. Notice how it looks different for him than it does for Dragonite? I asked and Jangmo looked over at them. They weren't using the moves just yet, but slowly he nodded as he remembered. Well, Dratini is relying on his previous knowledge. We are starting from scratch. Nothing to worry about. Let's try again. Maybe I can help. I told him, and after a moment he nodded and rose to his feet. Slowly he began gathering his energy. But then when he released it, there was nothing but a sort of puff noise, and nothing. Do it again. I asked, and he nodded, glowing again, gathering his energy, and then he opened his mouth and just a puff of nothing came out. You know how to use a dragon tail, right? I asked, and he nodded. Okay, do that first. I urged him, and he nodded, closed his eyes, and a moment later, I gasped in delight. Jangmo's dragon tail was a bit different from Dragonite's, where she just flowed the energy into a long limb and struck with it to enhance its power. Jangmo's had a textured scaled design, and was much stubbier, but it was also really pretty. Why was it different? Can you make it longer? I asked, and Jangmo closed his eyes again and growled a bit, but the length didn't really change. It was the same move. It gave the same thing. Strengthening a tail whip with dragon-type energy to send an enemy flying, but it was less of a ranged attack, and more of a close and brawler move. But more importantly, as I looked at Jangmo's tail, I knew for an absolute fact, we were going to be doing a lot of move training in the future. Okay, take that energy now, Jangmo. And try to use Dragon Pulse. Instead of trying to force it to your face, flow it to your tail. Gather it up, and shoot it off. He looked surprised at my words before nodding, and as he shifted his stance to be stable, his tail swept up. The scaled energy shifted, flowing towards the tip as it slowly gathered up. More and more, growing denser, and then, it just sort of poofed. Jangmo took an instant to look back and realize it hadn't worked. Jaong! He cried out, flopping to the floor and, well, he threw a tantrum, crying out in frustration and anger as he rolled around on his belly, scratching the grass and dirt. He wasn't very old either, I realized. Just like Jibble, he might have had a better childhood. But he was still a little baby. Carefully I reached over, ignoring the way my dragon family were all looking over, wondering what was going on, as I gently used both hands to lift under his belly. He was scratching and howling rather wildly, so I was extra careful, but eventually I got him up and pressed his back against my chest as I held him gently. It's okay. Everything is okay. I whispered to him as he howled and bit and scratched at the air, snapping his jaws around, not to bite me, but just to bite at whatever had frustrated him to such an extent. Slowly as I whispered and held him, he calmed down, big dollops of tears in his eyes as she slowed down out of tiredness. Now that he wasn't scratching and biting, I shifted, holding him tighter so I could hug harder. It's okay, little dragon. You didn't succeed so far, that just means you grow stronger until you do. You'll grow. We'll grow together, and there is no rush. Slow and steady. Until you are the strongest. I told him as comfortingly as I could. Slowly his muffled angry whines turned into needy whines, and he shifted in my grip until he was facing me and curling into my hug, burying his face into my neck so he could hide his tears. Dragonite, seeing that I had things under control, gave me a nod, and then gathered Dratini and Milotic's attention to keep teaching. I rocked the little baby until he was all out of tears and his breathing turned to a more normal pace. Feeling better? I asked him, and he grumbled but didn't take his head out from the crook of my neck. That's okay. You get a hug for as long as you need. I told him, more than happy to hug the little dragon for as long as he needed. Honestly, the whole situation was very cute, so I didn't mind at all. I looked over the grounds as I held him, checking on Mimikyu, who was doing a good job, still trying to get Shadow Ball down. My team was still resting from the morning's hard training, so that mostly just left the gummy. I spotted them from time to time, wandering around watching. There were a few along the banks of the new lake, hiding in bushes, watching as Dragonite taught. I had a feeling more than a couple gummy might be wanting to learn Dragon Pulse. Gummy might be weak, and not very brave overall, but they were still dragons. They still had their pride, the desire to someday grow strong. I would have to try and work with them more soon. But Chansey and I were still working on something with that. I felt Jangmo shift in my arms, pushing his little claws away from me, and I released the tight hug as he climbed down quickly, hiding his face. He was trying to put on a brave front to me, but he had just been bawling in frustration. "Jang," he said, and then firmed up facing back at the new lake, and his tail started glowing again. He might have just had a tantrum, but he was still a proud dragon, it seems, not ready to give up yet. "That's right. We'll do it for sure. If not this time, then the next," I told him, pumping him up. "If not then? Then after. I believe in you, Jangmo," I called out, and he roared, his tail glowing brighter as he shifted the energy, arcing it up to the tip of his tail where it capped with a big armored scale, and then he shifted his roar, growing, and again it didn't do anything. Just a puff as it failed. But he shook it off and tried again, and I nodded, proud of him for sure. He'd get it. Already his energy was starting to move faster. Shift around smoother. That's why I wanted to train them without a TM. The act of failing would make them stronger. Eventually, everyone was tuckered out from training, and I called an end. Going to prepare everyone's meal as I considered what to do. Mama and Papa had gone home, but I had new Pokemon here. Did I leave and go home, just fly or ride in every morning? Or just stay here? I really had wanted to spend a night or two in my bed, but my Pokemon needed me, especially Gibble, but I wasn't sure taking her home was a safe idea. Curious and affectionate Growlithe might cause problems, especially since to Gibble, they may very be bite-sized. I sighed as I continued stirring the food. Life got so complicated when you had responsibility beyond making camp and putting your feet up on your Arcanine's fluff. I was wondering what that smell was. Elizabeth called out from the porch. To my surprise, my cousin was wearing a swimsuit and half wrapped in a towel. Went to the ocean? Yep. Met some friends and did some training, she explained, and I nodded back. Makes sense, she was coming for the conference too. We might face each other in the conference, I offered as I tasted what I was cooking, and nodded. It was almost ready. She didn't respond at first, just looking out over the large space full of my Pokemon. The very large, powerful Pokemon. I could see the way she was processing them. Probably trying to come up with a strategy if she had to face them. We might. She agreed as she shifted. Instead of standing over me on the porch, she took a few steps forward and settled in to sit on the edge next to me. And if we do, I'll fight to win. Good. That's how it should be, I said as I looked over at my older cousin. It must be kind of weird to have me and Papa showing up more often. To be part of the clan. It's frustrating, yes. But everyone is doing better now. You brought even more Milotic back from Kitakami. Dad was practically jumping for joy. Each Milotic represents a lot of wealth over the years. Yeah. I could get more. It's not that hard, really. Yeah. She answered back, and I got my answer. Yep, she knew. I'm surprised. Why hasn't anyone else tried to get a Milotic if you know the trick? Only the head family knows, she says bluntly. And while I am tempted to find one myself, it wouldn't be ready in time for the conference regardless. I'm surprised you don't seem bothered by that. Why would I asked completely honestly. If Gram hadn't made me promise not to tell, I'd have told everyone how to get a Milotic. They're great. Then I leaned in and whispered the next part. Phoeba deserve to be treated better since they are so amazing, she scoffed. The whole clan benefits from the knowledge. We bought new land. Opened new businesses. Everyone is benefiting. But if the secret leaked, then all of that would disappear. The clan would probably break up, and we would go right back to square one. That sucks, I said simply, because I didn't really have an opinion on it all. I didn't know what it had been like before the clan started coming back together, and I was still pretty much an outsider. I guess losing the stable would suck though. This was a lot of space, and there were people that fed my Pokemon and took care of them if I was gone. Well, if you end up getting a Milotic, let me know. I can offer some tips, I offered, and she looked for half a second like she was going to humor me, before she once more looked out to the fields. I'll take you up on that. She said instead, seriously. Food's done. I called out, and instantly there was chaos as everyone came charging over. A note from Seras. Bonus chapter. I wrote out a whole chapter today, so I figured I might as well.